All right, we're gonna be edgy today. Sit on the roof. Stranded on the roof. Totally. Yo, blasting, blasting. Thank you. Also lazy. Fuck you. Arbor is not edgy. She's just depressed. There's a big difference. She's not acting sad and isolated on purpose. Eyes. Getting like was getting like weird distortion at like the edge of my vision. Professor, that's an interesting walk you have. I feel like Cassidy's already noticed. So howdy. Look, the darkness won't spot me up here. The fuck just fell off behind me? Was that my laptop charger? Ah, oh, good, okay, it was. It wasn't my lighthouse. Suddenly, coming unplugged. Can't look up confirmed. Oh, look at him go. We're just people watching today. Maybe. Hmm? What's that he's got? Hmm. Well, suppose I should get down from here. Seems like Cortez is at the range.
I only submitted it to a couple of the professors.
So,
Professor Odie, Professor Cassius, and
have any of you seen Cadet Flora?
Not. That's a big fucking brew. Holy not, no, I haven't.
What in the actual fuck?
Oh, that individual said.
Professor, I have a question.
If there's a giant broom that can sweep away objects, are we next?
You know, I don't know, and I'm afraid of what that answer could be. I'm gonna go figure out what the hell's going on.
Hunt a guard. I'm ready. Goes. now the guard's like, fuck this, nope. Wow,
What the
highly
absolute
scattered.
fuckery?
Well, and now there's just a floating broom in the fucking middle of the stadium. At least let them, I don't know, dispel it. You see this broom?
Yes?
That's not supposed to be there. Guards?
Yeah.
She said my name really funny.
What's up?
Hey.
That guard's gonna be fucking punted with that broom.
What?
Maybe
Is
seems-
this happening
oh,
again?
Miss Augusta.
Kill
Again?
them,
What's
kill
happening?
them, kill them, kill them.
You seen them do
Yeah,
this
happened
before?
last week. No,
What did-
one of the
what were they
brooms,
doing?
I think had a
Oh,
battle axe.
what
They
the-
summoned a big broom.
Huh.
We're gonna get
And
swept away.
was fighting some guy who was holding a knife.
I'm just waiting for that guard to either
Uh-huh.
be consumed or the two.
So they've enchanted the broom to fight people. That's what I'm getting from this.
That's what it feels like.
I'm so confused.
Huh.
Curiosity
Huh.
stands. I need to.
Suffice to say, the broom didn't win, and we also lost a broom that day.
What a shame.
Yeah, man, it comes
true
out of school's
tragedy.
budget.
Apparently, Professor Breyer gave him a ritual to restore the broom back to its pristine state.
Attack me for some reason. Like,
Broom?
Oh no.
Are we sure we
So
want
the
to
same
just let
broom
that
came back?
thing...
That's-
crisis averted.
I've made it very
I mean,
clear
it's
if
just
that
cleaning
thing is
up
to
a mess.
attack anyone,
Who's it going after?
I'm burning that thing to all high hell, and then I'm going after the guards who summoned it.
I mean, it's, it's just cleaning up
I would love
messes.
to see a flaming giant broom attack somebody. personally.
I would not. That sounds like... No, that means I'd have to...
Honestly,
That's more medical
that
squad duty for
sounds
us.
Hey, Professor Blaze, it would be short
very
lived by the
Hello,
attack
Professor.
Doing a medical squad
in
duty.
danger.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, it would probably
Whatever,
make a
she was
mighty
just
fine
James-
sight to say the
Yeah.
least, but it's neither here nor there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
There we are.
I just don't know how I feel
I was
about guards
practicing,
summoning a
some
massive
putting
broom
heat
in the
underneath,
middle of our arena.
Between the ground and
Well,
myself. type of
it's
thing.
not
First
hurting
thing
anything. It
fire
seems to be
I need to
trying
check
to
in with
clean up the
Sometimes
place.
kind of idle and forget that and I put that on.
Like a normal sized broom, take down rider.
Perfect.
I have no idea. I mean, as long as it's doing
Jamie.
things, then that's fine.
Do broom things include wielding a dual?
Do you have a moment? Needed to check in with you. Now that, things have calmed down a bit.
What?
Good morning, Professor.
Well, needed to make certain that you're healthy, happy, and generally, not dying.
So far, so good.
After that thing that I did.
The giant broom, but we'll see if that,
Oh.
does anything or not.
How do you feel?
The giant broom.
It was kind of weird,
Okay.
but
How so?
I don't know. Everything was all like tingly, and I'd ask if you knew what it was like to be hit with electricity, but I don't think you and I work the same.
Not really. I mean, most people say it hurts. I just say it feels tingly.
Yeah, it's like everything was on fire for a moment,
Okay.
but
Bad kind of fire, or
um,
like a...
it's fine now.
Again, if it does its duty of
Ye-
Like a
then no harm.
serious pain and injury sort of a fire, or are we talking like you feel warm and
No,
cozy
just-
kind of fire?
Indeed.
Big
why
broom.
is there a-
The guard's fault. If it kills anyone, it'll be on their heads.
Oh.
Or on their hands. It'll be their heads.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not pain, but like, it's just like everything for a moment was just like, whoosh. But then as soon as I started charging the coin, then, it all went to there. So,
Okay.
I guess that's a good thing.
I mean, that was kind of the goal. I hadn't really fully tested it outside of a couple of times with Rise. She seemed to handle it well, so you were the second test.
It'll be alright. Just,
Yeah.
don't
It was a little hard to control because I wasn't really used to it, but I don't know.
You think with
maybe
practice
next
you could
time
control it better?
It'd be better.
Have you seen
Ye-
Professor Barian?
Maybe?
Okay.
I actually have not.
Yes, there
Not
was a
this morning,
student
though.
looking for him, that's why.
Good.
What student is
If you want to try it again at some time.
Well, the student that's...
Okay.
I want to try that, and I also want to try it with a few of the others. And see if they react any differently to it, and if there is.
What's her name?
Um,
Uza what?
I've not...
Uzumaki?
It's like,
I heard
I wonder
that.
if I
I
could
can't
try and
remember what
find
the hell it was.
Guardsman, are you using me as a human shield?
it was like I was trying to drink the ocean.
I'll just tell him a white-haired student Uzumaki's looking for him.
I have.
Do we need to set up
therapy sessions for you?
I suppose I don't quite understand what you mean by that.
Um, there's like a lot of it, right? And you can't. Even if you wouldn't die from drinking the ocean because it's full of salt, you can't ever have all of it because there's way too much. And so if you try, you just don't even. So there was just a lot coming in.
Okay. You felt like you couldn't get rid of it fast enough.
Or like somebody like opened a fountain and then you just tried to grab all of it. And,
Wait, like water
I don't know,
pressure?
it's kind of hard to explain.
Like forcing more water through the tube? Suddenly
yeah,
it can't go
kinda.
through fast enough?
Yeah.
She went
Okay.
this way, then she's gone.
Results in a higher. See, when you normally do that, the pressure results in a higher, further stream, that sort of thing. Sorry. Yeah, I'll, definitely want to test it again. And if we have opportunities, I want to try it with a few others.
Okay. Okay. It was good because even though I shot the coin, I still had mana left after.
That's good. Perhaps a means for you to not,
Yeah,
have that happen so quickly. I'm sure doing it too often will
Yeah.
only result in burnout, but we'll want to be careful. Figure out where that limit is.
Yeah. It wasn't until here when I've been able to shoot it more than once in a day, so I don't know what happens if I shoot it more and more times in a day. It's really tiring.
I know Mason, even though he has a large capacity for mana, if he uses too much at once, he sort of burns out for a while. So, I imagine the same thing would
Yeah.
happen with most people. I know I've had days where I've,
Yeah,
flexed that muscle far too much in a single day, and in the days to follow, I usually feel weary and have a hard time controlling spells afterwards. So, I imagine it's something similar.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll let you get back to your morning warm-ups. Thank you, though.
Okay. I think your teeth are normal again.
That's a good thing, I guess.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go get something to drink because I didn't have anything in the morning, so.
Yeah, get yourself something to drink, something to eat, nutrition, all that.
Okay. Bye.
See ya. Where'd Mason go?
Yes, no, I'll double check the inventory and get back to you about that.
It didn't work. See, Lana, that's what you wanted.
That's just more dirty than usual, I guess. After being cleaned by a room.
Yes, I wanted it to happen to you. You're right.
The broom cleaned me.
Was it yours or Yori's idea?
Now we are pure.
I didn't clean you, it beat you.
No teeth. Hopefully all the water didn't damage it too much.
One very big girlfriend.
What did we say?
Hello. I have no idea why it is so big.
The guards. It's their fault.
Oh. Living its best life.
Which do you prefer?
Like, oh.
Pardon me?
Oh no.
Oh. The flying room now.
Look at it go. He's good broom friend.
I keep turning and like suddenly my frame rate dies, and I think there's something like just like too many people in the map tonight. Too much VRAM.
You see, you would hire part of GM Magical Arts. I asked him, but he knows nothing about gems. You at least would have some foundation.
Yes. So yes, you are asking me for my help then?
Yes, yes. And if you want to join us, and if you want to join
Absolutely.
us, you can help too.
Absolutely.
You know what, gems? You literally are a gem. You dazzle in the eyes of everyone.
Wait, what?
There's no reason why we're whispering. It's just a little bit different from the norm.
Okay, that was going to be my question. Yes, I do know a thing or two about certain gemstones, yes.
Excuse me. Blazeheart. Just the man I was looking for. Alright, so I got a project for you. So, you know the bomb I put over myself to keep from immolating myself?
Being taken away from you.
Yes.
Right now.
We need to recreate it without plans.
So, can you help me out?
With...
It will take some research doing, considering the fact I'll need to.
Okay.
I don't know why we're
If you teach me how
I'm putting a spell into a gem for a
that,
one-time
because I have
use.
no idea how that
to-
works. I know about
So
the
do I.
mundane
That's what I'm
qualities
doing
of most
today.
gemstones, however,
Because I heard about Flora and
the
her hand
magical
and
properties tend
I
to
wear
elude
the-
me. I had no such
or
training.
the bomb,
That's why
but
we're doing
I
it.
was gonna
Today
give
we're
some
gonna
of
figure it
mine.
out.
I don't know if it's-
Well,
I've
actually,
seen
mainly you will
those
need like a sizable gem because it's a big spell, a good quality on it, and it will have to be a specific gem because of the kind of a spell that you're using.
Nisha said she'd help.
Yeah, the fire students always have a big plethora of rubies back at the school, so I've
Thank
got a
you.
few, but
So
it
just
definitely take a
whenever-
couple times to get it right.
Whenever you get it done, just let me know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Send it to Flora's way.
Yeah.
So, are we ready, squad?
let you know,
Figuring
yes.
out
Thank you.
gem stuff?
Not right now, because
I'm
the
okay.
assembly is shortly.
True.
But today.
Later on today, then.
I will have some questions, but yes.
Let's go. Oh, you're here too. I thought you were taken away. I thought you were vetoed from the project.
No. Something I'll need to work on, but it's not something I can immediately do. I'll need to do some research.
All right, I'm really excited to understand this because I think this would be really fun. Thank you, everyone, so much. I hope I won't take away from what you guys are doing. I'll come to you, maybe
doing
when
nothing.
things- But after today's meetings, if nothing else is happening, I'll see if I can... Where do you guys usually reside if we all break up? Where I can find you easily?
Everywhere and nowhere.
Okay, so you're a loose cannon. Do you have anywhere that you recent a lot?
No, not really. I'm
Nope,
usually
everywhere.
quite busy.
I sort of go around, but I do have something to do.
Okay, I'm
after
assuming I'll just
assembly.
have to manually find all of you.
I will
Alright.
sit outside the dorms when I'm available.
Alright.
What about if we just say a time and a place, and we just go there at that specific time and
Because
place?
I don't know what everyone's time schedules are. I don't want to get in the way of stuff.
Is there anything important happening right after morning assemble?
Depending on.
I
don't think anything is, but I do have something.
See, they're busy, they're
at
busy.
least as well.
Do you have any idea how much time that will take, Professor?
No, honestly.
1 hour after assembly?
Well, we've got a meeting. Let's
Anybody?
go to it,
Speaking
and
of
we'll discuss it
assembly?
later.
It sounds like a reasonable check-in point at least.
We don't send a place, but we'll find out.
That dorms is probably the best spot.
Assembly we go.
Heat of death. Heat of life? So if everything has a balanced, or has something that keeps them in balance, according to Professor Albrecht, magic goes from the inner to the outer. Sort of in a circulating pattern, maybe? Know that the material was the center point for some sort of pulse. We didn't know how it gets recycled. But if there's something at the edge that eats it, the material they eat of death, they kill things. consume them for sustenance,
I just got in the way.
energy.
I understand. Terribly sorry.
No, no, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Alright. Please, continue on.
Mana seeps into the land,
Lucky suns are better anyway.
What?
and the void. They eat the mana.
Lucky suns are better
They
than lucky
consume
stars.
energy. They consume life.
Nothing!
I guess. I don't know. Perhaps that's taking it a bit too far. Regardless, in terms of the flow of mana throughout the universe, maybe that has something to do with it? Maybe they recycle it somehow.
Form a line, I think everyone needs a hug, to be honest.
Everything has a flow, everything has a balance.
I thought you said I was in charge. What the fuck are you doing here? Aquaman! Leaving later.
No, that is not my catchphrase.
Professor, I don't know if you were told, but Cadet,
Just imagine you in a red wig coming out. No, nope, nope, not imagining.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Oh wait, you can't imagine color. Sorry.
That's so fucked.
Oh, that one. Oh,
Wanted to let you know.
Right. You may be seated. Right. After the events of the last few days, I think it's best to give you time to just be with your new allies and your friends for the time we have left together. I want to ask a question. Cadets, can I get a volunteer? How about that? Cadet Lila. What is one fact you can tell me about the students of Geomagical Arts Academy? You can come here.
Fact? Okay.
Yes, any fact.
One fact about geomagical arts and their cadets and their professors is that they're all pretty fucking awesome, to be honest. Despite having no information about an enemy that we were facing, I knew that you all had our backs. We shared blood. We shared sweat and tears.
Literally.
And for that fact, I think that you're all pretty honorable heroes.
Well put.
They're certainly less insubordinate.
What? GMA are Chads. Is that what? Yeah, I think something like that.
Another volunteer. You and all. I'll start picking names out of a hat. Someone.
Oh boy.
Oh. Yuri.
Same question?
What was the reason? No. What was the reason that Geomagical Arts came here?
We came to compete in the Cross Allies Force tournament. GMA against the Ascension Academy.
Half right. You may be seated if you wish. Any other guests? Greta.
Was he good?
Give him a moment, he'll be fine.
Brain time. Do you need to go to the medical bay? Okay.
Raise it higher.
I
The purpose behind us coming here and competing with you is both to show off our own skills and to gauge yours, along with a declaration that we are all allies.
Yes. Purpose of fighting side by side was not necessarily to just show that one is better than the other. It's not there to show that one school is superior than the other, though it is a competition. It is to note that it is to form allies, to form friendships, because groups united are stronger than any force, any entity that we will come across. I hope that these friendships that you have created and crafted here will last you a lifetime. And I'm sure if you stay with the CF, you will see each other again. Now, I'll stop my grandstanding. I believe someone has mail. Of the day and for these next few days until we say goodbye to the geomagical arts. Please, enjoy your time together. Enjoy your friendships. Enjoy your ability to rest. We'll be getting our next Ascension. We will be getting our next assignments here in a few weeks. So, please, enjoy the time you have to rest for now. For times like this will be fleeting. Other than that, my staff has nothing else but to say. Then you are dismissed. Have a lovely evening.
Wonder when the award ceremony
You don't have to check it out. I'm not gonna fucking sit up.
Quick moment in over time.
I suppose go about your days. Do you have anything to take care of?
Training as usual. Probably some forge.
Okay. I'll just stand around.
We may want to check in with Cortez. We're limited on time. We can get those materials.
So I'm just going to take over a few stones.
You left fast.
It's not too hard for me to do too soon, but I do have a word with you at some point. Is Emerald still wrestling in the mid bay? Does anyone know?
That is your area of expertise. If you do need to find someone, though, please enlist some of our cadets.
Somebody's gotta, keep up on it.
Thank you. Also,
Mason.
since we were recent,
That's not what I mean.
Sure.
I mean enforcing it.
measures, I was hoping if I could gain permission of using the stuff I used when I was active duty with the ICD. So it is just slightly better than current standard issue stuff.
That's what you're comfortable using, of course, as long as it goes through our customs, it should be fine. Have to go through a bit of an inspection, but I don't see a problem in that. You trusted guardsmen, of course.
I don't think
Of course. Thank you, madam. It should be a while since I'll be sending a letter to Ancestral to have it shipped over, so won't be expecting it anytime soon.
Good morning.
Well,
Thank you, Head Purchase.
Professor,
and as long as the room doesn't cause problems, I don't see you having a...
just wanted to let you know. Had a sort of impromptu but successful test with the thing we tried with Risei. Jamie, which, he's just left. We tried it with him. He was the second candidate that I had in mind.
Dear Lord.
He has a high capacity for mana, so he described it as a tingly feeling, but like something rushing forward, and his coin thing that he does. You know how taxing it is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he said that he has had plenty of mana to spare afterwards. Like it barely took anything out of him to do it.
Hmm.
We hit one of the iron golems and almost knocked it over. Slammed into a wall. Stopped Hannah from being crushed.
Good broom.
That's good news indeed.
Hmm.
Quite a time to test it as well. But
Not
it looks like it
particularly
paid off.
ideal circumstances, nor does it follow any sort of scientific method, but
Well,
push comes to shove.
It's not
We
quite a
shoved.
test like a field test. So it's good it turned out the way it did.
Hmm.
Anything further?
Not yet. I intend to try it with a few others, see how they react to it, see if any of them experience any sort of negative side effects. My biggest concern is burnout. If there's too much going through their system, it's possible they might experience accelerated symptoms of monoburn, which may put them out of a fight in the
Want to
future.
avoid that at all costs.
Yes, doing it too much might hurt someone.
Better we find out now what people's thresholds are. The effects that govern it, rather than when it's live fire.
Yes, I agree.
Very good. Anything else you wish to report, Cadet?
I've been considering your theories and have been writing down some notes on my own, based on some of the things I was taught when I was younger. Things I saw.
Anything bear fruit?
In particular, I recall you mentioned that the flow of energy of mana throughout the cosmos, I guess? Not exactly certain what you would call it. But you said it always flows from inwards to outwards. But once it reaches the end, you don't know where it goes. I've been wondering, what if there's something out there? Something that recycles it? Everything has a circular flow. What if there's something out there that eats it? Puts it back into circulation.
We would assume, with what we know and understand, that something cannot come from nothing. Even mana is limited, magic itself, its essence limited. And yet it seems to always be in abundance. Some places more than others. I would assume you are correct, but to what degree? Is it an entity? Is it something part of a cycle? Who knows? I do not, I'm afraid.
Make them flinch, make them scared to approach, and then as they're hesitating, just drop it on them. And then while they're zippy zappy zippy,
When I was young, or younger, I guess, I don't know, I always looked like this. My father, he would tell me of a place. Creatures that eat magic. Why he always taught me to never rely on it solely. Should always have a backup.
Smart of him.
That's why he made my weapon the way he did.
Well, it pays to be prepared for the unexpected, that's for sure.
Mm.
I feel like you're on the right track. How someone would go about proving it, however. Something like that would be astronomical.
Suppose they would have to travel to the edge and see for themselves, wouldn't they?
Well, you can do that on your break, Cadet. It's still the middle of the school year.
Yes, I don't think I'll be going anywhere near the edge for quite some time.
Professor
I got a
Vargas.
delivery for you. All those materials from the blueprints you wanted, Arbor.
Oh.
They finally arrived.
Perfect. I'll let the others know. Thank you.
So there you go, Mithril, etc.
Yep, definitely feels like it. Thank you, sir.
There you go. I could have left it down to the docks, but I wanted the hand delivered.
I appreciate it,
Hoping
sir.
I didn't interrupt. I was just informed there was some sort of little outing with Kay, and I wasn't here for the announcement because of the delivery.
Speaking of which, I should go.
Yes.
Good day, Cadet. Professor Vargas.
Fair enough.
Alright, Well,
All right, now,
I suppose I'll go find a safe place for this while I go and
Understandable.
let Cortez and the others know that we
All
have
right.
this.
My mission has been accomplished today.
I'm not
I'll see. I'll be around.
I might have go. I'm double checking things.
How are you doing?
Morning, Misty. How you doing?
Like
shit.
Did
you need to do a 360 to like find me?
Oh no.
Remembering
Yeah.
the route to the foundation while
You
still
look a
making
little bit
little
pale.
changes
That
here and
happens.
there.
I do a 360 around. So.
Fuck. Yeah.
You have it.
Okay, so actually, yes, I have. I missed critical information that I already know that
You have it
did,
with
so
you,
I'll
though.
tell you after.
I only have one
How's
job.
your hand, by the way?
Necklace.
A lot of exhaustion. I kind of ended up using all of my mana like twice.
Thank you.
And
Lavina.
obviously physically
A little
exhausted.
bit. I currently.
Then
We're
again,
gathered
one,
at the class.
because I still had some to spare. I'm like,
Yahoo!
oh,
Finally, a class dedicated just to me.
physically exhausted.
I've never had one. Something.
Alrighty.
Okay, medic's got a medic.
That we do,
Oh,
yes.
actually,
And I have way too many
was Cortez up
reports
there?
to send back and to take
Hmm.
back.
Oh, he was. I think he ran off earlier.
I'll go check.
Forward to that.
Came real handy.
No, no. I think I'm gonna go and head over to the Coliseum, see if anybody's kicking around there. Fine. Sickness is. Do you need help, Arbor?
But yes,
Are you looking for someone?
From the hand, everything
Cortez.
good, everything nice.
Of all people.
Cortez?
Yes. Needed to let him know we have some supplies.
Five now.
Relatively speaking.
Well, I know he was here earlier. I saw him, but I don't know where he went, so I'm gonna go put this away and look for him.
Okay.
Yes.
Have a good day.
Just if you find him, just let him know.
Let him know what?
That I'm going to let him know that I need to talk to him because I need to find out his report on the dungeons.
Ah, alright. I'll let him know if I see him.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, Professor. Ah, it's also heavy. Like chunks of metal. Be safe. And nothing happens while they're out there. Last time they were there was stuff there, so. They're playing tricks on me. Bernie, keep this safe. Oh, okay. Well, keep an eye on it for me. Thank you, Bernie. Alright. He's up there. No Cortez.
Throw a messenger parrot. Messenger parrot.
Tie you
Jesus.
to this post if you don't calm down. What the
A
hell?
message and a parrot?
Not in the parrot. The parrot's carrying the message. Why would you shove a
Since
fucking
when do
letter up
parrots-
its asshole?
Why would you not think to just put it in its mouth?
Oh.
I know to do that. Either it's claws or it's beak. Hello?
Were you just tired?
That old and having a stroke today, huh?
I might have had a couple rums with my medication, so, but it works wonders.
That is not a good thing.
What's up? A second in med squad. You should know better.
Hey, Arbor.
You really should know better.
Nope. I. Yep.
Yeah,
Don't
kiss ass now.
Man.
Go on. Yeah, make yourself look better
I'm not
than you
kissing
actually are.
nothing. I'm owning up at least. I ain't kissing no ass.
So like Captain
I'll,
Silver used to
quit
yell at me
drinking.
for taking Xanax from the med bay.
Oh, hello, Professor.
Hello.
I can put some into your next apple pie if you want.
You rip holes in your shirt so your tail fits?
Shit. Is that how that works?
Huh? Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the other person with
What?
the tail.
What did I do? Something with my... Am I holding my
Professor
tail?
has a tail?
Am I-
Crazy.
She asked if you put a hole in your shirt so your
Never
tail
mind.
fits through.
Don't.
Oh!
If you want to ask.
Yeah, I did.
Who's senile
Yes,
now?
calm down.
Just letting you know your back was turned, unless you're fucking Batman.
Alright.
Wait, I don't know what Batman
Good luck.
is. Sorry.
Stay safe.
You too.
I heard my name.
Hello, Nick. No, I don't believe anyone said your name.
No?
Okay. Looking for Nerali?
Not as of yet. She's resting.
Since I haven't seen her yet this morning.
I wonder, does this work? I bet
Hope
you it
she's
doesn't
alright.
work. I bet you it doesn't work. It works! Okay, I'm good.
I'm awfully excited about that, Linux.
Well, some of them haven't been.
Yeah, no, I hate it when the, you know, the barrels don't work like barrels are supposed to, you know? It's very inconvenient.
Why are all the barrels full? Where's the janitor? Empty out the goddamn barrels. Had enough of all these fly nets.
Not everyone, because some people might have been added when I
Oh,
wasn't
there they
looking
are.
or something. Who? Hey!
Hi!
You guys aren't going on a ship? So, wait, are you going on a ship?
No, I hate boats.
You said you might be.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
No.
Do you want to do a
Well, they
team
were up at the
thing
dock,
together?
I thought so.
Sure,
'Cause
I'm
we're
also
together
looking
and we
for
have a day.
Cortez and also someone
He
asked me about
was in there,
pushing
and I don't know where he's
spells
gone.
into. Yeah, I needed to let him know we have some supplies for something. Oh, hi.
Okay, hold on.
Sure. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's go. That way.
Did Cortez leave already?
Yes, I think he went to go to the dorms.
Goodness sakes.
No, it's alright.
Dorms. I'll go to.
I'll just run all the way to the dorms again.
Specifically, if I'm holding
I feel like
that-
it's better if we
I did
just
say
stay
he
here.
you might have been there. So
If I'm holding that, then that means there's danger.
I was already
And I'm
going.
forcing
At what
myself.
point in time
would
was
that
just
form
running over
become
there
a
and
danger
running
to
all the way back.
others?
Normally, it gets very intense. It gets very hot around
What's
me.
knowledge?
So, whenever somebody's around me, in theory, I'm a danger then.
Hellfire hot or magma hot?
I don't usually hang out in the med bay,
Regardless,
but
I need to
yes.
hang out with them later. Why are you gonna
Thankfully,
beat
the
him up?
infirmary
Why are
is.
you gonna beat him up?
Mountain was probably magma.
Why?
But that's
Why is this
very
happening?
hard
Or
on
are you doing like?
Well, if the worst happens, I have.
Walked into that one.
Safety hug, Cadet Misty.
Quite
and
literally,
Ryder.
actually.
Anyways,
Fully
according to
blazed,
us,
so if the worst
we got the
happens-
materials. Vargas delivered
Worst
them to
comes
me
to
earlier.
worst,
Oh.
I've got them
the
sitting in our
bomb.
dorm for now.
And it immolates me, and then the fire drops when I'm dead.
Perfect. We can start attempting to
But you
piece
can
together what we need to make a mold.
turn it off.
Sure.
I can always turn
Can
it
we make
off at any
molds?
point
We
in
can do
time.
that.
Good.
Hmm.
My view is, if there's ever a
Listen.
situation where you have to have it longer,
I'm here to learn.
up to
Let's get to it.
45 minutes, even if we are in great danger. the
Casting
ability
a new barrel
shut it off, regroup,
and a new
let someone
hammer.
else take forward means that you
And the housing.
would be able to pick up
Different
the slack
shape.
again later on. To rotate.
Believe me, I am no
Okay.
stranger of.
Then we better start now,
retreat
because it's
and
gonna
falling
take
back.
a lot of time.
Yeah, it's gonna take
I think
preparation.
perhaps we should.
I trust you are
I'll-
more than competent than half the people I've had to
I don't
be
think
around.
running team day.
Take care of that exercise while we have a moment.
You should
prior work
take
before I
training
became a professor
first.
here involved more
I'll go
subtle
start the metals
approaches
that
and
we'll need.
knowing when to retreat
Yes.
and when to strike.
Okay, yeah, no, that sounds good.
I'd have to speak with Linux also
we'll go
for
there.
some reason.
We'll go from there.
Sometimes a retreat is the
Perhaps
best
why don't
way
you
to
go ahead
meet
and
you
make
at
the
the
mulch
forge
that you
then.
need?
Well-timed retreat
Wow.
can make the enemy either think that you've given up or
I had your blueprints.
you need a break.
I've
when
already
you just
started.
decide to retreat at the perfect time.
Do you need to compare them
even
at
if
all?
you are secretly not weak or weakened or need resources, and you can.
We can
lull
do
them
that
into a
once we do
false
the
sense of
setting.
security.
But right
like
now,
that
they
kind of
should be the right
That's what I normally do.
sizings.
Tactical retreat.
Once I fit the new one, that's when we'll do it. It'll just be a
Roll
simple
them into
tapping and
acquire
hammering to
confidence
make
and
sure
then
that
strike
the
when nobody's
edges
watching.
are snug against the housing.
Overconfidence is certainly
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
a killer. See that? If I can, I
Okay,
can't even
then-
do that yet. The most I can do
Then
is
I will meet you at the forge after you're done
form
training.
that ice around me. Though it takes a hell of
The
a
box
lot
of
out
materials is in our dorm. There's a bird there. Be careful, he might nip at you if you take it.
To make sure that I'm mostly coding myself as well.
I
in our
don't know which
common
room
room.
is which, so I'll.
As much as I can handle the ice,
Common room, got
it's
it.
also
I will
danger
go in there
because
for just
then
that.
I am
Yes, there's a box sitting by a table.
dangerously
It's heavy and
freezing
full of
all
metals.
My blood and the inside as well.
You have our
Perfect.
permission to enter.
I'll sort them out.
You could say I'm the
Alright.
exact opposite of you in every
I'll
way.
go do
I have
that.
to worry
We'll
about
meet up with you
boiling my blood.
afterwards.
Why? I can't carry potions on me.
All right,
I end up boiling them.
Mm-hmm.
Professor.
I'll get them for you. Don't worry.
What can I do for you?
Are you busy at the moment?
Not honestly. We can still do it another time. It was mostly pointers.
All right, I'll come find you later.
We do. Outside or inside the barrier?
Seems like I.
Would you be willing and able
Yes,
to assist Ardent Vale with a team building exercise? We need to get some practice in.
Already back to training, Liang? Fair enough.
I would be more than happy to.
Pretty much in the same boat.
the best moment.
All right.
It's been a couple of days, so depending.
Well, I need a weapon.
Just going camping. Forcing myself to go hard. I just don't want my muscles to get used to the
Shit, I need a
couple of
weapon.
days of doing nothing.
Do squats, jumping jacks.
Potentially. The usual.
I'll let you figure that out, Mason.
I'm gonna be doing that.
Sure.
All right. Professor Cassidy is going to assist us.
Wonderful. Excellent. I'm going camping.
Hannah, we have a team building exercise to take care of. Hannah,
Yeah.
we have an exercise to take care of. Now is not the
What do you
time for
mean?
camping.
What exercise?
The one we're about to start. Professor Cassidy is helping us.
Oh, we're all helping on this?
Yes, all of us.
I thought it was just you, Mason thing.
No.
Okay.
Cortez is handling what he needs to for now.
Okay.
Come on. With the exception of Ida, I'd prefer for everybody to be there. Fortunately, she's busy.
So where is she off doing things? Or is she not feeling
Yes,
well?
she's got an assignment.
Okay, well,
Pretty shade of
then
orange.
I recommend we discuss more ways to get Ida involved in things. Team activities, when she is not on assignment. I don't feel good doing things without her. Not all the time, anyway. I mean, we're our own people and stuff, but...
That is the bad news.
To be fair, most of the tactics involving Ida usually involve her being off either on her own or with Mason. So
Fair, but just in general. You know, team cohesion, all that.
of course.
Doesn't mean just fighting with each other. Or...
But yeah, no, you can see that.
Right. When she's not
Right now,
busy.
this is not even a real sword. This
All
is
right.
more- I think it's more like a lance. In my
Gavin, Mason, if you two would like to go and gather your equipment. Otherwise, we can use the training equipment.
Okay.
I think.
Do you feel well enough?
It does round off our team pretty well, but personally, how come you decided on
Yes.
this?
Your arm is kind of fucked.
Mostly because, you know, I
Yeah.
cannot turn giant all
I
the
was gonna
time,
help,
and
but
my
never
axe
mind.
is also very wide swings.
Actually, yeah. How is your arm doing?
Very compact.
It's
and
doing all
very
right. Having it rest
The
for a
shield
few
armor?
days has been.
swing
Yep, having it
properly,
rest for a
because I
few
have
days
to
have been all
make
right.
sure I don't have someone on my side.
Then, can we make a request, Professor Cassidy?
Preferably, I want.
Whatever we're
Absolutely.
doing,
In that case,
could we
reduce
lay
the
off Gavin's shield arm? I don't want to injure it further.
Have more like a
Ideally, this is all just practice and training rather than full out
This one is more better because when my fight
people
Fair,
taking
just
blows.
making an-
Yeah, no, I
Just
understand.
making sure.
My entire kid. I couldn't fight her back.
Last thing I need is more.
And because it was completely
More
medical work.
patience, yes.
After those last few. Oh no, medical work after the last few days.
Yes, trust me, I've had my fill.
The pH value of the acid and a bunch of other problems. But
yeah, but compared
I'm about to leave the next training exercise to just let them deal with it. They know first aid. They can handle it. I'm gonna start teaching people Arbor. I'm gonna start teaching people how to sew up their own wounds.
It's a good skill to have.
It is.
Better than everyone trying to
certainly better
cauterize
than
their
having to-
wounds like Mel kept trying to do.
Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, yeah, I remember that.
they said the
Certainly better than cauterizing your own wounds.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I've had to do it a few
She didn't know how
times.
fire
Why did I know
works.
that was
well,
coming,
she did, but
Professor?
she didn't know how medical work.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
when
you
you're
use fire, don't you?
yeah, when you are in a pinch, you're bleeding out,
What in the...
and
Oh, no.
you don't have much other option.
Someone's practicing.
You don't have any
It ain't that bad.
medical devices or closest medic is a few cities away. Generally, you're left with no choice, but by no means is it something you should do when a medic is right within reach at all.
Thankfully, Ardent Vale actually has a couple of healers.
I think the only one that doesn't know. I think it's only Arbor or not Ida. Ida and Mason that don't know like actual healing, but I mean, I'm pretty sure they know basic triage.
Even then,
well, I know
Ida's
they know basic triage.
Ida's been able to assist here and there with a few things. That and those daggers of hers. I mean, they're made of something, but I'm fairly certain it's sterile. So you know, in a pinch, on-field surgery, you don't have to worry about infecting the wound with nasty knives and scalpels.
Yeah, well, the thing about booming blade is you have to actually hit the person.
Yeah, usually I have to
that one
burn
time
mine
that-
first a little bit.
You know,
It's very specific.
she managed
Not
to
burn,
help
but heat them up
restart
enough.
the heart
Train unless the target's moving.
when Mason wasn't around.
That's the problem.
Right. Okay, I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, we didn't.
Just needed a quick jolt. Unfortunately, heart attacks aren't particularly easy to fix.
Fix. Right.
Just have to get the circulation going and get the muscles contracting.
I hope not.
Right.
Oh boy.
Well then, Professor, I was hoping you might be able to help us go through a few drills.
All right, it's been a while since I've had to work with a squad.
Alright. More than anything, I'd like you to spot any issues, mistakes that we're making, that sort of thing. Gavin will have a imaginary tower shield. I'd like to perhaps not mess up his arm any further than,
That's
you know,
imaginary.
especially while he's
Alright.
recovering.
How about the
So,
actual
how about we take to the field?
His arm is.
His arm is hurt. We don't want to ruin
I'm
it.
letting my arm rest.
Yes. Ideally, I'd like everybody to just practice the motions, call-outs, that sort of thing. No need for anyone to actually get injured.
I'm just gonna finger gun. Actually, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to actually shoot an actual. I'm not gonna shoot an actual or point an actual gun at somebody. That's what you don't do. That's a taboo.
I mean, if
don't
it's
do it.
not loaded.
You know, you are exactly
No,
right.
even then.
Safety's
even
on.
when it is not loaded.
Fair enough.
Even when the safety's on, you do not point a gun at anyone. Toy gun, real gun, anything.
What about a finger gun?
I'll point that at you.
Oh no.
Bang.
All it takes is one mistake, and then suddenly your friends are dying on the floor.
Oh no.
That is very true.
All right.
All right.
The primary focus of what I'd like to get down is the different formations that we take depending on the enemy type that we're dealing with. Usually it's a mix of small enemies or a couple of really big ones. So, ideally, we need to make certain that we know exactly what to do without being told. Mine is Gavin. You all remember what happened when we had to fight that larger creature and Gavin wasn't around. We had to take a circular formation, circling around the creature, taking pot shots at weak points, trying to get it down onto its knees so that we could strike a critical blow.
And avoid getting hit.
Yes.
Because none of us can take when it hits.
Yes, constantly circling. I believe we went in mostly a clockwise order, but given that a few of us had to get in close to make strikes, it's not always easy. But it's best for people to be moving in the same direction wherever possible. That way, people don't trip over each other or potentially fire at each other. For those larger enemies, especially...
Generally reduces friendly fire.
Yes, myself and Hannah will be mostly aiming for what is up ahead, or up above. Aiming for the face, neck, torso, hands if they're raised. But otherwise, yes. Particularly trying to blind the
Always aim for
creature.
the eyes.
Most of these larger creatures don't go down with a couple of shots, so it's harder for us to take them down. That's where we rely on you, Mason, Gavin for defending, and then Ida for going for ankles, knees, that sort
Special
of thing, right?
attacks.
Yes.
So, I will point out, going for a creature's eyes is good because you blind it and it can't see. Makes it harder for it to fight if it can't see. However, it gets more frantic. It becomes harder to predict. So you always have to be careful for that and be prepared for that.
Most of the time when we've
Definitely
seen that
don't wanna do
happen, they
that
start
to a big creature in
flailing
full.
around and rushing around. At that point, we just continue to take pot shots at it until it wears itself down and has to slow down. It does that, or, as we've seen with our most recent exercise, it will start blindly charging at whatever it thinks is hitting it. Which means it's important for Hannah and myself to hit it, and then the entire squad needs to move out of the way and prepare to jump on it if it hits something or runs into something.
So is that generally going to be our main objective, is blind first and then take it down? Or disorient, disable, and then take it down?
Yes, ideally we want to keep it off of Gavin as much as we can. The more he's taking hits and the more he's having to defend, the quicker he's going to wear down. So, ideally, if we can blind it, get it flailing around and rushing around blindly without hitting him, the better off we'll all be in the end. However, that means follow-up is important from everybody. Once it does hit something or does get disabled.
On a battlefield standpoint, where there's a larger creature being accompanied by smaller foot soldiers, blinding and disorienting the creature would cause it to start flailing, thus causing it to enact friendly fire, thus greatly helping you. So, it's a sound strategy.
Yes. My thoughts
That's
exactly.
what I'm saying. Disorient and then disable. And then we take it down.
Yes.
Can we just say DDT for short? Because it's easier to say.
Disorient, disable, take down. DDT.
Now then, in terms of our formations when we're doing this, Mason, more often than not, and especially if there are smaller enemies, you're going to be paired with Ida. Gavin, of course, you'll always be our tank, so myself and Hannah will be mostly staying beside you and behind you. We'll have your back. So as long as you keep your...
off of you.
Yes, so long as you are faced forward and keeping an eye on whatever is the biggest threat, we should be fine. Hannah and I will be able to call out whatever is coming from the sides or trying to flank you. We should be able to defend, especially if we're both armed and ready for it.
That works if we're dealing with smaller enemies, but in the case of bigger enemies and a combination, because we tend to get those. So when we have smaller enemies, it's good to be in groups, but when we have a big enemy, we kind of need to be scattered considering our ability sets. If
Potentially.
I may, because if we just...
It really depends on
So,
Gavin. Gavin is our anchor. So if something is too big and too heavy for him to handle, that is when we need to start circling and taking pot shots. But if he can handle it, then we group up behind him. We continue the assault, allow it to focus on him, which will allow Mason and Ida to get behind it, go for vitals, go for critical shots, that sort of thing. That being said, positioning is important for you and I, Hannah, if we're going to be near him. We need to be able to shoot around him, and ideally, I will be on the left, you will be on the right. Your dominant gun hand is your right hand, yes?
Generally, yes.
And mine is my left.
Pew pew.
That way we're not trying to
Is that all
crossfire
you
or
got with
anything.
Cadet Hannah? Do you have anything
sir.
else? A melee weapon?
I have a jack of all trades of sort of melee weapons. I have focused on learning the rapier, but it's not good against a big guy. Usually, it's more precision based. So I would need to get really in there. There is a form I can use that will make me a bit stronger, so I can kind of help Gavin in that case. But generally, there's a time limit to that. I can max use it for about half an hour before I have to go down. So it needs to be a last fight the boss kind of thing.
Well, I was just asking because there's probably some things I could show you if you. Well, I could probably show it to you anyways. My first focus was something along the lines of what Arbor's got there, and I believe your gun as well. Though I lost that quite some time ago, which is why now I got this. There's a few things, especially if you're trying to be sneaky or if you're close range. I can show you a few things that, well, at least what I did. It's probably crude but may have been a little bit crude in terms of a disable, but it was effective. It saved my hide several times. Though I figure while I'm out here, I can show you how to defend against generally unconventional weapons such as this. But that will be after.
Yes.
Your drills.
Hannah, have you considered perhaps a nice lightweight buckler for your left arm?
I have used a buckler before, but it's a choice between gun, rapier, buckler, rapier, gun.
You considered something
choice
that you
of
just
loadout at
strap
that
to your
point.
arm? It'll keep your hand free. It's not exactly perfect, but it's better than just the gauntlets, right? Worst comes to worst, you just have it strapped on with some leather straps, and if you have to take it off and throw it to the side, that's what you do. We can make it out of something nice and cheap.
That's fair.
That way, if
Can
you
use
ever
the whole
lose it,
network.
it can be remade. Mason? What do you
Sorry,
think?
my brain was thinking about whether or not you could make a gauntlet that could shoot things. But yeah.
In theory, especially if it's a focus.
A lot of theories.
In theory, but in execution, it would probably be harder to.
You have to make the barrel very small, and the trigger would have to be something. I don't know.
Well, I imagine
I guess.
you would just flex your wrist, or and make a fist.
Yeah, well,
and that would
if you're
pull
Yeah,
the
but then you
mechanism
have a
to
problem
fire.
every time you
actual
use that. You flex your wrist, then axe and. Generally, the good thing about a gun is it has a specific trigger that you won't press any other way. That's why when you shoot a gun, you don't put your hand on the trigger at all, or your finger on the trigger at all until you're ready to shoot.
Unless
you make
you
sure
have,
that that's not going to be easily triggered.
like a
sorry.
trigger. Unless you got a trigger in your palm, which then allows it to activate. But again, that's incredibly dangerous.
I would worry that the shock
Theory,
would
yes.
potentially hurt more than anything.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you'd
The
have
reverb.
to-
would
If
be
you have
very
something that
strong.
has recoil, it's using traditional gunpowder, like Hannah's. Those things have kick. And if you have something attached to you, there's a good chance you're going to be fracturing your forearm bones. Or at the very least, heavily bruising your forearm. Whether it's on the inside or the outside.
I don't know. Gavin has to deal with that every other battle. I'm sure it's fine. I'm joking. Please. I'm kidding.
Well, it's
just an idea.
easier to move my body and allow the impact to move with me rather than having it coming off of a small part of my body.
So I suppose it's just a learning curve of punching back with the gun. But then you also have the problem of it not, like,
Aiming
just
correctly.
not having accuracy.
Yeah,
'Cause
that would
of
be
it-
more of
I
a
don't know.
very, very close range, along the lines of probably assassinations.
I have seen, excuse me, I have seen, like, or read about, crossbows mounted on the wrist. You know, assassination kind of stories where pew pew. But I don't think this would
Kinda
work
cool.
for us. Maybe it would be kind of
Oh,
cool
yeah.
for Ida, though. But then she hasn't really. We'll see.
I don't think she really needs it. She's gotten pretty good at throwing those daggers
She's got the
simply
other
by
daggers,
pointing.
so.
I believe she uses magic in place of physical bullets or bolts.
Right. So for big monsters, DDT. For small monsters, we group up, I guess, and I guess what is the priority? We kind of know it, but let's just say it.
Priority
Healers,
is, yes, priority is our fighters circling or staying on either side of the flanks, making certain that nothing gets behind us. Effectively, we need to circle around Gavin, given that he is our slowest and our anchor. So we'd have to make certain that at any point in time, his back is not open to anything. If someone's getting attacked and it's on his backside, it should be us. Or Mason or Ida.
Right. Okay. So, an example of, for example, the battle that we, or the punishment that shall not be named. We are fighting a bunch of smaller humanoid creatures, yes?
Yes.
So, in that respect, you would have been behind him. And again, we're bringing down, I guess, what are our first targets?
If they have
I
any
imagine
ranged
something like
ranged units, especially those that cast magic, during that, I'm not going to call it anything. There was one that kept releasing large shock waves, ones that could throw and push us back. So, take that one out first. Ideally, if it is an absolute priority and a must, Ida should be able to disengage from the group, circle around, flank it from behind. Especially if they have any guards on it, she should be able to get in and out pretty quickly. We just have to hold on until such a time happens. Ideally, we would keep them occupied. Lightning bolts, being loud and just threatening on Gavin's part, and firing light bolts at them. Gavin?
So basically, just pull their attention.
Yeah.
Making sure.
But you also, in the middle of a fight, gotta make sure you're keeping control of your mana. I assume you all know how much you can and can't cast. And when you're empty.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because when you're out of mana, especially on the battlefield, it's not gonna spell good for you at all.
I think we're well aware of this. I think aside from Mason, the majority of us don't really have a lot of spells that we cast. Hannah doesn't really cast anything. Gavin has a handful of spells that he uses combatively, but aside from this, he mostly requires his equipment. Mason's really the one who uses mana to fight his most, and even then, he uses keys. Yeah.
There you go.
Good, then I don't have to give you the spiel of not relying on magic to get the job done.
Don't have magic.
Surprised.
Well, not very much. I think majority
You'd
of
be
us.
surprised
Yeah, the only one who seems
give that talk
to
since I've
is
been here.
It's not even really magic. The only one of us who
Well,
uses
sort of, but we're all mostly martial.
magic is Ida, but she doesn't cast spells. It's
When I say magic, it's kind of like a broad
supernatural abilities, yes. Don't rely on them. Learn to use
To be fair, most of
things that
us
can be
are
dependent
human.
on. Yeah, I'm sort of the weird exception.
Well,
Also, Gavin might be. We I don't know. We're still determining whether or not he's human.
We still think he's part. We still think he's part giant. We're not sure yet.
I'm
I think he's
not.
part strawberry, but I have yet to conclude my tests.
We can't be sure.
I was gonna say
They
he's
came out
very
My mom and dad are
inconclusive.
both human.
Maybe you've got giant blood in you
Maybe
somewhere.
someone way down in your ancestry is something.
An elf.
I'm
A very tall elf.
What? While having the ability to use and fall back on magic, your supernatural powers, your ki, well, that's all good and well.
I have a word moment.
You don't want to rely on it. You want to be able to hold your own without it. That's what I had to do. And honestly, it saved my ass being able to rely on stuff that's, hell, not magic. But hearing that you all don't generally have that problem and you're all mostly martial, I don't have to go through the whole lecture about it.
No, I generally use my mana as a buffer to enhance what I can already do rather than lean on it. Only really use
I'm a
it
battery.
when I need to get something done.
I'll be the first to tell you, if you cast in any way looking to get into focus, it just helps. That's all I can say. You may be able to, you may not need one, but it genuinely helps.
Oh, it does.
Maybe we could get you some fancy gem
Did you make your
bracelets.
shield of?
I already have one.
No, I mean like.
Do I don't know, like
I don't
I have an
know,
arbor.
Super
something to your
mega-
shield or your sword.
But I'm not a bracelet.
Maybe make that your focus.
You can't wear me.
No, but you're fancy.
And if you ever tried to, I'll kick your ass.
Once upon a time, about
I just said
20
you're fancy.
Yeah, about 20 years ago, she used to be your normal farming scythe. Two broken focuses and a lost focus later, I converted her into the scythe, into my current focus. Has mithril for the metal. The soul, the core of her is my old farming scythe. The crystal here, Morganite, helps me channel because my own affinity is pure fire. Morganite here helps me channel wind and water, which helps me cast my one ice attack. Now these here are emergency mana stores, mana crystals. And it also helps with the flow of things in the scythe. So, I'll be the first to tell you that you can turn probably just about any damn thing you want into a focus, as long as you're comfortable using it.
Huh. Hold on a second. Sorry. Here. Damn it, never mind.
You
What?
thought about it.
I have an idea.
You
Do
thought
you know
about
what
it.
I was thinking of?
Kind of.
You don't know what I was thinking of.
Not really.
The bracelets.
But you thought about it. I know you thought about something.
Fashion bracelets similar to GMA's?
No, I mean the one that you gave us.
Oh. I mean, those aren't
And obviously
particularly
not the
pure gems.
exact
They're
thing. You'd
like
have to.
glass.
You'd have to. Of course, you'd have to like edit it a little bit, but possible.
I mean, hell, GMA walks around with them on their wrists. I don't see why you couldn't.
Exactly.
I mean, if we
Yeah, have
could, I
matching
know how to
focuses.
smooth a gem. Pretty easy. You just tumble it for a few hours.
Again,
Eventually, it'll
Hmm.
I already have
smooth.
mine.
Technically, he does.
Oh right, I forgot about that.
He's got his fancy
Yeah.
little headgear. Ethan, you don't have
Well,
anything, do
I'm
you?
gonna be honest, I never thought about wearing something as a focus.
Maybe we could figure
always
something
been
out
more
like
of a-
that for you.
Well, once upon a time, my very first focus was a pair of gauntlets. The only reason why I don't have them now is because I burned straight through them. They weren't good for me.
Ooh.
You've already got some gauntlets. You could maybe affix gemstones to them, so long as they don't get damaged and,
Yeah, I don't.
you know, fall
I
out.
don't see you being able to heat them over. Yeah.
Mm.
Because they're
the
just
problem
channeling
is that I
electricity.
can't block with them then.
Sure, you could. I do it all the
If you use
time.
them in the, maybe if you have them in the palm. No. He means he can't like block with the side because if he has them here, then he's gonna try to block this way and just get.
Well, see, that's the thing about gemstones. Not all gemstones are the same. You know how diamonds are like
Yes, you're a very
the
special
hard.
gemstone.
You know how diamonds are like the hardest, right? Everybody says like diamonds are indestructible.
Okay.
I guarantee you could take one with the flat of Liang's longsword there, crush it.
If I,
You would just need the right kind of gemstone, one that has the right kind of there's patterns to gemstones, the way they break, the way they form, everything, the shapes they make.
Well, and Professor Barion's also pretty good with creating them shields.
Electric shields on your arms.
It would help guard against.
That would be cool.
If someone has a conductive sword, they hit your gauntlet, connects the circuit. They're grounded, more than likely. They create a circuit between their two hands. Suddenly they have a current flow going through their arms and into their heart.
Just make sure you don't use that during training.
List crossed. Yeah, maybe don't kill people by giving them heart attacks, but you know.
You were all talking
Someone
about
who's had
how
a
to
heart
defend
attack, please
against
don't.
creatures and what have you. Those are relatively predictable after a while. What about people?
Well, people and not small creatures, the humanoids we were talking about. That's what I was saying. If we deal with, you said range users first. Because they're being blocked by the other guys.
Yes, take out the ranged
healers, range
units
users.
first. Mages,
I'm not
crossbow
talking
wielders,
hard
that sort of thing.
I was
It's hard to
saying,
think
how
of
would
that
you-
because we've never really
Yeah.
gone against. We've never
Gone
really
against
gone
bandits.
against people.
I was about to say, we've
Bandits are
done it
one
a
thing,
few
but
times, but it's never been substantial
Well,
forces.
I ask because they're a little harder to predict. I mean,
They're
they
usually more
can.
organized.
It's not impossible.
We fought against the orcs, and that was difficult. They're really strong. And they're usually well geared.
They were a lot of thick armor, but they were all melee.
You have to go for weak spots first.
Well,
Move slowly, methodically. And don't fire
Best
blindly.
yeah, best places in their armor. Probably about here. Anywhere around the neck, back of the Legs, that's gonna be probably the weakest points. You're gonna want to aim for those.
Paper boy, thank
Hell, if
you.
you're a
Also,
good shot,
Shitakan, thank you so
they
much
got
for
a
the Prime
visor
sub.
in there. Though going straight forward into their armor, unless you got something like that, it's not gonna do much. Maces, hammers, and what have you are all designed to use the armor against the person. It will cave in on itself and on the person. Fighting makes it hard when you can't breathe, because you have just been hit in the chest with a hammer or a mace, and now your armor is collapsed into your chest. Hopefully you never have to end up fighting another person. But you gotta be prepared if you do. Though, things like this, what most people pay attention to is the sharp blade right there. The bladed edge. They try to avoid that, and they think when you come down over on them like that, you block, oh, they can't do anything. Well, all I gotta do is pivot, and the tip of my scythe is going straight in their back. That's why it's so sharp at the tip. It's kind of a multi-purpose weapon. Always be conscious if you're fighting. Now this is a highly unconventional weapon. Very, very few people are going to be using this. But it's better that you know, and that so you're prepared. Because this, the tip going straight into your back, is not going to feel nice. Because you were too worried about getting slashed by the blade. And hell, if they're like me, you can do this.
What in what?
So you gotta be careful. Because then
Don't be
this
predictable.
effectively turned into a saw blade. And it's gonna tear through anything you try to hold against it. And if it's like this, and it's a focus, and you think it's a focus, always disarm them. Get that as far as away from them as you can. Because you don't want somebody tied up, and you left their focus on them, and then suddenly they're casting magic even though they're shackled.
Bind their wrists, gag them.
Yeah.
And their feet for good measure so they can't run away.
That too.
But I guess then this all still comes full circle back to the disorient, disarm, take down thing.
Exactly. Though, with guns, that is... Alright, I need, I'm not gonna use anything else, finger gun, but I need someone real quick.
I'm already standing, sir.
Alright, so, I've got a two-handed weapon. And, you know, big. Now, when they raise up like this, which more often than not they will, if you got a gun, you're gonna run up and you're gonna block my elbows. So I'm pulling back to swing and I'm swinging down. You're gonna block my elbows with whichever arm. Which is your gun hand?
My left hand.
Block. All right, so block with your right. If you get it to a point to where they can't, it's going to be awkward for them to try to hit you. You're going to take your gun, bang, bang, right in the side.
Mm-hmm. Totally haven't done it before.
Right in the kidneys.
Or directly into their
But-
ribcage,
A lot of blood
puncturing
that
their
comes out of
heart.
there.
Yeah.
At least
Oh,
attempting
the
to
heart's
puncture
a
their
little bit
lung.
further up.
Well, yes.
Now, say they're running at you. Are you both a good shot?
I like to think I am.
Yes.
They're running at you, aim for their legs. Both knees. They're gonna drop.
Why not aim for the
you need any
upper
information?
torso, or the neck, the face?
Well, you can, but it depends. Depends on if they could be of any use. You don't want to go for the kill if you don't have to.
Most
Oh,
situations we have been trained to kill,
My apologies.
not capture.
Yes, human.
However,
Yeah.
given the
so
circumstances, yes, you would aim for the legs, you would aim for the hands, aim to disarm them or disable them.
Now, do you know how to make a gun rather quiet when you're trying to take someone out?
You mean
Or as quiet as possibly you can.
You would have to muffle it.
Alright, so Cadet Arbor, what you're gonna do, I'm gonna play the dumb guard. You're gonna come up behind me. You're gonna give me in a chokehold. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna put your barrel. You put your barrel directly against my spine and you pull the trigger.
Oh, that's gonna let me burn.
how is that going to make it any quieter, though?
You have to
It-
really bury it in their back.
Yeah, if you got them in a chokehold, they're gonna be struggling, but you're cutting off their air supply, so it's gonna be hard for them, and you're just gonna bury the barrel deep as you can get it, as much as you can physically possible, and you'll pull the trigger twice.
You're essentially using their own body to muffle the sounds. Sometimes you can, in theory, use your own body, but for you particularly, I would not suggest that, given your issues with reverberations.
Yes.
That's a few of the things that I have been taught. And it's not often that I come across people who I can, I suppose, bestow that wisdom on. Though no hesitation. You hesitate and you're dead. That goes for anything. Especially when you're wielding a weapon. You have to be prepared to take another life. If you're holding a weapon. But sorry to get a little, I guess, heavy on there.
It's fine. It's informative. It's good for them to, her to know about the muffling thing.
I suppose that should work with any, hell, mana rifles, though that'd be a little more awkward to use. Any sort of mana probably based weapon, especially if it has a loud expulsion. Sometimes when you're doing stuff for your squad or you're following orders, you gotta do things that trying to find the words. You gotta be prepared to do things that you probably normally wouldn't be prepared to do. If that makes any kind of sense.
If I may, Professor. Given that we know what it feels like to lose someone, I think we're all very much aware that we're willing to do about anything to keep that from happening again.
Well, there's just, amongst my time in the military, as long as I've been in it, there's been some people who didn't exactly know what they were signing up for. So, seems like you all are at least aware of it.
We have a healthy dose of reality. We all got it in the first year. Regardless, thank you, Professor.
Right. So, do you want to practice any formations, I guess?
Ideally, yes. Kevin, Mason, Hannah? Had a couple of thoughts, particularly about that massive beam you do, which I want you to practice aiming lower. You tend to aim really high.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
How is that on mana, by the way? Is it
Not
magical
fun.
based or... Yeah, I didn't think so. It seemed like it drained a lot.
It's pretty intensive. Relative to how much force I put behind it.
Ideally, similar to what we did during one of our last exercises, where myself and Hannah, and I think Coretta was also helping us with this, we were taking shots at its face to blind it and disorient it while you were charging up and getting ready. Ideally, what we would do is we would have Gavin up in front, myself and Hannah on either side, and once you are ready, you give us the call out, we stop, you fire.
Makes sense to me.
We also just need to make certain that Gavin knows to duck. Especially if you're firing over him, or step to the side. Ideally, stepping to the side would be the...
Gavin, duck. Or goose, either way.
It ain't that different.
Gavin Goose.
I mean, that applies to anyone, to be fair.
Was that gallant?
No,
I think we saw you do the same thing when you went to do that big ice thing.
we're slowly practicing that more with the formations as well. We're kind of like trying to create like keywords to make it easy so the enemy cannot easily predict what we're gonna do. And that way just clear the way from everyone. Most of us in Galen have a lot of AoE abilities.
Maybe that should be our
It's
keyword
really hard
then.
to use them because we have
Goose.
always someone in front of us.
Is that for
Just clear the
decking?
way after starting. Actually,
Yes.
Mason.
Gavin, Goose.
I would say-
Mason, Goose.
Goose?
Mason, Goose.
Mason, yes. Yeah.
Beam.
That'll be goose formation.
No, that's it for ducking.
Oh,
Wait, what do you-
okay, hold on.
There you go. There you go. Hit the dirt.
There it is.
Does
Go
your
ahead.
beam push you back?
Again, it's relative to how much force I put behind it.
I'd say take tips from Levius, because the more times I see you, it looks like you are more ready to prepare to take a hit instead of withstanding a hit on the side. I think you still need to practice your posture and how you do it.
Maybe that would help with your aiming.
It's back to the board. Yep. Definitely. Okay. For sure.
Given the similarities between your two skills, definitely wouldn't hurt to ask him. Aside from that, Gavin,
Yeah.
do you have a call out for when you want to use that big smite of yours? That way we know to have your back while you're moving your shield out of the way for you to strike.
Not really a specific one.
Just so I'm clarifying, that ability does hurt us, right, if we're in the middle of it? I've never been caught in the middle of it, so I'm just making sure. Okay, good.
Yeah, don't get hit.
Wonderful.
I am.
Well, yes, I attempt not to.
Storing a large amount of that spell into my mace and releasing it on impact.
Okay. So maybe like charging. Then they'll think you're actually about to charge them, rather than, you know, that you're charging a weapon ability. I don't know, unless you can think of something better.
Yeah, something that would give them the idea that you're about to use it, so that the way they get out the way would
Yes.
probably be best.
Yes. I yell for people to goose. Pew pew pew.
Though probably something that you all know what he means, and other cadets know what you mean, but no one
Well,
else.
that's why I was asking.
Again, not really given a call out for that specific. Usually if I'm going in for a strike, I'll usually just call out so they know I'm going in.
Okay.
Gavin shy.
But that's what we're asking, if you have a preference
That's what
for
we're
a
asking.
call
What
out.
do you want it to be called out?
Yes.
Oh. Believe me, we're in Galen, we're still struggling with that.
Yeah, I'll have to think on that one. That's not something I can come up with on the fly and feel comfortable with.
Doesn't have to be anything
With
complex.
Galliant in the name of the person.
Wait,
That's
hold
it
on.
for now.
Hoshi, come here. I need your brain.
Probably just shout out strawberry and you'd confuse your enemies.
Oh,
but they know
no.
what the hell you're talking about. And then
Hoshi.
I mean, it would work.
I don't think he wants to perpetuate.
I need you
I don't think he wants to
to
perpetuate
give a
that.
word for when he's about to do something really fancy. That we can all shout, or he can shout, so that we know to get out of the way.
What does he do?
One word. He calls down a big old light, like just boom, and just eradicates
charge.
everything that he hits.
Yeah, it's like a light.
Basically, a
charge.
big space in front of him just gets exploded with divine light.
Oh,
with light.
abracadabra.
That's
Alright, cool. That's it.
few
Abracadabra,
too
we're
many
sold.
syllables. I don't know, maybe flashlight?
I'll leave that to you, Hoshi.
Because it's a big light and
Try it
it's
again, Hoshi. I believe in you.
Torch.
One word.
Yeah.
Flashlight.
All right, Hoshi just took your word. There it is. I'll take it.
Yeah,
take it.
it's
I
a
don't
big
know what a
flash of
flashlight
light
is, but sure, we'll
coming
go
down from above as he smacks the shit out of something.
Oh no, Gavin's about to flash us.
Oh no.
We're not using that word.
From him.
We're not using that word.
Wait,
Yes.
wait. You said it happens on contact, right?
Yeah. Well, on
Flashbang.
impact after it.
No.
I mean, it works.
Okay. I'm thinking of attack things.
Hoshi, I appreciate your brain.
I should probably have a specified word for when I'm going to
Thank
drink
you.
my potion if I'm needing it. So you guys are aware when the time starts.
Mm. It's 10 minutes,
I
right?
think you guys went to like a big tomb. or
15
something?
actually.
15? You've extended
Each
it.
just.
Yeah, we had a tomb run.
Hmm. Nice.
It's one of our
It's just-
challenges for the
Oh
champion,
lord, she's drinking.
tournament.
Oh.
I don't know what a
Come
word
on.
it would be.
You could
It's
just
kind of
shout
apparently
15.
indicative because it kind of shows.
I think
If we know what that means.
I mean, that's
That's sort of the
But
thing
we were
about
split into
callouts. As
several.
long
That's
as the
true.
rest of the squad knows what you mean, doesn't really
And
matter what the
then,
word is. It just
I guess dose
has
one,
to be
dose
the-
two.
Linux said that Zane
that
was
works. Gavin, Mason, did you hear
So I
that?
won't be talking about normal potions.
He's
guys
been-
beat him
Mason,
Yeah.
Hello.
did you hear me?
Not really.
Listen, Hannah.
The potions that I take. I'm probably just gonna shout dose one, dose two. They each last 15 minutes.
Yes,
but
15
it'll go
minutes.
down after the second one.
Yes, after the first one, she'll be fatigued. After the second one, she's probably going down. So it's important to know that once she
And
gives
I'm
that
not
call
taking
out.
the third, so dose one, dose two.
Yeah,
Please
don't do
don't.
that, please.
Yeah.
It's important for us to remember that the moment she gives that call out, we have about 15 minutes before we need to make certain that someone is on her to protect her while she is recovering from it. And after the second one,
And hopefully,
someone's
by
there
then
to.
the butt thing is dead.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take us 30 minutes to kill something, although that big golem
fair-
head
It has
thing
before.
was
Yeah.
definitely giving us a run for our money.
What was it?
To be fair, I don't think I'd
The
go
monster
near
hunts?
the thing thing.
I would hope not.
With the monster hunts, it took us almost how long to deal with them?
We had, what, an hour? But that was two big creatures.
Yes, total.
Each one of them, roughly, if you split it down the middle, it's 30 minutes. So.
Ideally, we
hopefully
wouldn't.
We don't have to deal with anything that big
Yes,
Hopefully.
by ourselves.
hopefully.
We rely on
Totally understood.
Gallon's full of the AoE abilities. Oh, they didn't hear me. What a shame. Oh.
Yeah.
Why do you have to say that way? Jamie's right there.
Because I think that Jamie is a wonderful person, and sometimes emulation is my highest form of flattery.
Fair.
Huh.
Speaking of which,
Hi, Jamie. All right, cool.
Speaking of Jamie and things, something I'm working on with him, that weird multicolored glow from my hands. It worked with him.
Oh, right.
I think you're my next test subject, Mason.
Oh, wonderful.
What are you aiming to do?
Multicolored glow.
Yes. Basically,
Whoa!
you take some of that,
Oh.
channel it into a spell like Jamie did. He managed to knock over the giant iron golem that was about to squish her using the extra juice, and it didn't tire him out
Yes,
afterwards. You
and
know
I
how he
greatly
gets after he
appreciate that, by the
shoots the coin thing that he does?
Yeah.
Yeah. That normally drains him after a hit. He
Wait, hold
barely
on.
felt it.
He was fine?
Yes, afterwards. Usually he has about 2 shots per day. After the second one, he is out. Sort of like her potions. Ideally, maybe you could get off a couple extra of those massive laser beams that you shoot out. I don't know.
Okay.
That or make it bigger. Who knows?
See what happens.
Same thing with his giant smite. I don't know, could make it more effective. I don't know how that works for him, given that the way he channels magic is a little bit different. Same for you, I guess. Unfortunately, you don't really use spells all that often, but I don't know, maybe we could figure something out.
Not really.
I've yet to test it with
Only
Ida, but
has
I don't know.
runes sometimes. Hmm.
Maybe she can just make a really, really big dagger or something. Who knows?
I don't think that would be as effective, though.
Not particularly, unless she dropped it on someone and like squished them.
Unless you combine light and beat.
Yeah, but then at that point, it's not worth it. I don't know if it's yeah, her style.
I want to think about
Yes, but I need to test it with a few people anyways. So
It's kind of like a comic. We're just.
Oh, okay.
maybe.
Meep meep.
I don't know. Maybe she can throw a bunch of daggers at someone. Make them into a pincushion.
You mean like I could just make it rain daggers?
Mm-hmm.
You probably shouldn't throw a dagger. That'd be rude. Ow. Well, at someone, unnecessarily, of course.
So
fair.
it amplifies what people can do.
Maybe. Not entirely sure yet. I've only used it twice. Rise has been my other test subject, and for her, she's mostly consumed it rather than used it on anything. But she was able to successfully hold on to it for a while without it hurting her. That was my
Hey, ours
primary
got
concern
first.
because the first time I tried to do it, it was with Professor Carver, and he was tinkering around with it and sort of caused a massive explosion.
Oh. Gavin,
Hold
you
on to
just
that.
Throw your mace at Peanut. What?
Yeah, that.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, don't throw Mason at me.
Yes.
What?
Arbor, I am very interested in knowing what
if you have a moment.
that could do for me.
Something happened.
Call it a professional curiosity.
I
So if you
will be wanting to test it with different people, seeing how they react, see if anyone has negative side effects. The biggest thing I'm concerned about is mana burn. If it's used too much, or if someone pumps out too much with it, perhaps it hurts them, or, if they're not ready for it.
Well, lucky for you, I am fairly good at conserving my own mana, especially if I'm holding this.
Mhm.
So, but if you'll excuse me for one moment, apparently
Yes, sir.
this. I'm gonna see what the hell they need me for.
Hmm. Okay, someone take Mason's idea.
Fair enough. You've all worked very hard.
Yes, we've worked very hard today.
Yes.
Flexed our brain muscles.
Also,
So we're calling it flashlight.
I mean,
I
2
just wanna make sure we're on the
syllables,
same
nice
page.
and simple, easy to remember.
Let Gavin choose.
Yes, if he has a
Yeah.
suggestion though.
What if you yell your name?
Gavin? No, because then we'd all do that.
Yes,
Kind
that
of
would be
cut somebody
really
else's name
confusing.
battle.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Needs to be a simple, preferably
Shut up.
1 to 2 syllable statement or word.
Shine attack.
I feel like that one.
You can't
is,
use
That's
that.
3.
Nope, not that one. Can't use that one. Nope. Nope, not that one. Not that one.
See,
I mean, what are we gonna do? Call your laser the I don't know, shine spark?
I think Mason is gonna go for more final shine attack.
Nah.
And you're gonna go for final flash.
Patent pending.
Okay, look.
Daylight.
Look. I thought about it. Okay. I
Gavin
thought about
uses daylight. It was super effective.
I know they're pretty cool words.
Gavin uses
Okay,
sun.
Yes, I'm gonna say
just
that
'cause
now.
you say
Thank
final
you.
flash
Ira.
doesn't-
have a
okay,
beam.
look, it does sound kind of
Basically, our goal is to do the opposite of what Ryder does.
To be sneaky?
No, to not shout out the names of our
Or not be-
attacks.
Also, I'm saying we have to be more.
Like if he starts shouting, I don't know, Hellfire Punch, you know he's about to punch you.
Are
With
any
Hellfire.
of you good at tracking?
See, Hoshi agrees
That's a
with
naming
me.
problem.
Oh.
That's a naming
Sort of.
problem.
Sorry, with
That's
what?
not a-
That's kind of what I do.
There might be a situation that,
See, you have no
that
idea what's gonna happen if
requires
somebody says that.
a good tracker, and apparently the things
What are we
are not on.
tracking?
I have no idea what's gonna happen.
Zoinks!
You have no idea what somebody's gonna do. See, I have no idea what you're gonna
Apparently,
say.
Wait,
from
the
our-
things are not top.
They're suddenly not
Well,
here.
that's wonderful. Not
Perhaps
wonderful,
they're with
but
one of the
to be fair,
professors,
sir-
private lessons, that
Wait,
sort of thing,
who's
sir?
what and what?
I'm
sector
uncertain.
not
I
here
just
again.
heard. I was just told
Oh, I
that.
figured
Well,
that.
perhaps
Probably
because
said
apparently
they're going on an
they went
expedition.
off with some professors, so they're indisposed.
I mean, if they're with a professor. Oh, wait, you're not looking for them, you're
I'm not
looking.
perfect,
You would normally
but,
use them to. Okay, yes. My apologies.
That's why
I
I'm asking
misunderstood.
any of you.
Hannah, or perhaps Cortez if he's around.
I hunt every summer. So does he.
Well,
every summer.
how would you
Both of
all
them
like a
will be
little bit
good.
of extracurricular activity?
Yes, sir.
Ardenvale.
I'm always down for it, although
Alright.
Sure.
concerned about Gavin's
Come
arm
on.
if there is any trouble.
Up you go.
Have any of you seen Morgan?
Potentially, unless you absolutely wish to go, Gavin, I'd probably suggest you may hang back.
I can
Because
go
of
if
your
needed, and if anything, I can just summon a magical shield instead.
As long as you don't hurt yourself, I don't expect anything, but can't be too careful, yeah?
What are we hunting,
get a
sir?
community to leave
And
my
what
shield
are we
behind.
using to hunt them?
I like zoinks.
Hey, don't forget your morning star.
Bro.
Lieutenant brief you.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Thank you for your time, cadets.
Yes, sir. How can we help?
To make this brief, apparently there were two guardsmen who were assisting Cadet Ashley earlier with something, and Cadet Ashley has informed me that they were acting suspiciously. Afterwards, after they've finished helping Cadet Ashley with a task that they asked for assistance, all of a sudden they started running away. Both of them managed to run outside the barrier and has been on the run. It is safe to assume that they don't plan on coming back.
Do we know the names of these
So
two
what we're
guards?
looking at here, one is the self-proclaimed Blade Master, Joshua Holt, and one is the Guardsman Jacobs.
Are
Understood,
they to be
sir.
considered dangerous, sir?
We have to ask Cadet Ashley about that, since she was the last person to be with them before they started running away. I would probably suggest yes. if the lieutenant here believes they have no intention of returning, I would probably suggest yes, assume that they are dangerous until otherwise.
Aim to capture, not kill.
Yes, we will need to interrogate them of whatever it is that they ran away from. Could be, for all we know, they could be spies.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are we certain of what direction they left in?
Where did they start?
They ran towards the direction of the lighthouse. Safe to assume they went and ran all the way to the caverns and towards the mountains.
Understood.
They would have to be relatively fast if it only just happened to get that far. Well, apparently they had a head start, so... At first I thought it was just a prank, but they were seriously running away from us, so... Well, then I suppose we got no time to lose, so please, lead the way.
Professor, will you be accompanying us?
Indeed I will.
Understood, sir.
I believe Blazeheart will be joining up with us as well.
Understood, sir.
Very well.
All right, Mason.
If you could lead us to their last location.
Ready, please meet us. Let us meet up where it be by the docks, and we'll start from there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Hannah,
rope.
Mason, do you both have your things?
I imagine we're gonna need it.
Yes,
I
Mason,
do.
if
I
you want
just
to grab
need
some rope.
rope.
Yep, I'll grab the spare rope.
Thank you.
Good luck, all of you.
Cadet Jamie will be accompanying us since it's
So I overheard.
Spartanvale is one short.
Jamie, you've worked with us before, so you know the drill.
I'm gonna go get my stuff on.
All right, go quickly. Gavin, head to the docks.
There you are.
Docks? Okay.
Mason coming. Waiting on Mason.
Alright.
Will you be accompanying us?
That didn't ask me, so I guess I'm gonna be staying and keep an
Go
eye
to the
out on you
docks.
just in case.
Speak with the professor.
Understand.
What's taking you so long?
I knew it was coming.
All right.
I'm proud of you.
No time to lose, Mason.
Yep. Let's go.
Got it all?
Miss?
Yep. Oh my word. All right, let's go.
You grabbed it.
To the docks.
So, what a shame. Alright, let me see. Where's my... Oh, wait, no. Never mind, I didn't crash. Holy crap, I didn't. Sorry.
Congratulations.
I thought I had broken. My apologies. Anyway. I spoke with Cadet Ashley, and once everyone else gets here, I will explain everything that I found out. Where's Mason? There he is. I'll just explain it to everyone once, so I don't have to explain it again. Right.
Understood.
So, I spoke with Ashley. According to her, she was having the guards help her carry a box of gems to the forge. They left the gems at the forge. They said she's an accomplice, and they ran off. One of them ran through the through the flags and ran forward over there. Another ran towards the lighthouse. I'm suspecting, and she hasn't checked yet, if she is missing any of these gems, but that sounds like it might happen. With your permission, Professor Nisha, I'd like to ask Ashley, or maybe if you could ask her, if she could count the gems to see if any are missing.
I'll go ask her now, actually.
Thank you. If that's the case, then that's probably why they ran, sir. Though I don't know why they'd run for a few gems, considering their rank.
Understood. If they went off in different directions, it might be best if we had another squad investigate the other direction. I'll
Gallant
see.
seems to mostly here.
I'll go ask Nisha to lead those.
In the meantime, sir, our priority should probably be the one that's tried to make its way out of the barrier already. If I can look
Understood.
across, I can
Do we have
see whether
confirmation that they have left the barrier?
I don't know.
Yes, one did
Eyewitness
leave the barrier. I
accounts.
saw them on the path all the way up there. They were up at the lighthouse. I can
Alright.
Our next destination would likely be the lighthouse, see if they left any clues over there.
The lighthouse, or perhaps lower? If they headed that way, we may be able to find tracks. Hannah, we'll need you for that.
Will do. But we should act quickly, whatever we do. Do you want me to head over there now?
Assuming the professor is prepared?
She has agreed. She just wants to know who's going after who. Which direction?
We will head this direction and look for the one that we believe left the barrier near the lighthouse.
Alright, then I'll have them go follow the one that darted off that way.
Understood, sir.
Following the flags.
If that is the case,
If
then
you
we should head this way then.
Definitely want to check CT's cave. They might have hidden there.
Quite possibly.
Well, should I say what cave?
Crystal Thorn has a
Crystal
cave.
Thorn has a
Crystal
cave.
Thorn, okay. Okay.
Sorry.
All I heard was cave. The cosmic things happen and...
My
Along the outside of the beach, there is a cave.
There's
I would
the
search
cave.
inside there, yes.
Alright. Let me go
Right.
find Nisha and I'll... Alright, let's proceed.
Do you know if anyone's walked around here since?
I
Sir,
doubt
do
it.
you know if anyone's walked around here since?
Besides me and two other guards that were trying to chase them,
They're gonna have
that would be
standard
the only...
issue.
Yeah.
They're gonna have standard issue shoes, or rather shoes. They'll be different sizes, and theirs will be fresher because they're running away. You probably stopped at a certain point, so once I just have to divert the actual one that kept going. If I may, actually. If I may, I'm sorry, this is going to be intrusive. May I check your foot size? Nope, that's not what I wanted, but here I am. Okay. You have... Okay. Good. That'll go good to keep in mind. Did you say they went up towards the lighthouse or down towards the caverns? Or do we not know?
Guardsman?
Sir. Sir? Did they...
Just in case,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
let's stop by the lighthouse, see if they left any clues over there. Who knows, maybe they tried breaking in there and try and hide.
Worst
Yeah.
case scenario, we can use the lighthouse as a vantage point to try to see if we can see any further out.
We'll definitely see footprints if we say it go up there. And considering only the standard issue tracks. Right, we are currently at the barrier. Ready to arm up.
Silent. As you walk this path, you would clearly see deep imprints. Looks like someone running along this path, and they appear to be wet, moist footsteps of someone just coming out of the water.
Going up or down or that way?
Yep, they go all the way up.
That'll be easier to find. Wet footprints means they probably came out of the water, and they're recent, so we
Out of the
probably
water?
want to be relatively armed.
Probably jumped over the back railing, try to avoid anyone seeing them.
Right before I do this.
Did you hear anything about unhappy guards or
Dummy
what have you,
bullets.
Lieutenant? Repeat that, sir?
Dummy bullets.
Anything that would cause your guards to just decide to go AWOL? Well, there was a punishment this morning.
We should be quiet. Just in case.
Oh, well, that certainly
Sirs,
is a reason to
as we
leave.
approach this, we should probably be quiet.
Understood.
Just in case. Oh no, that's a shame, isn't it?
That's a problem.
Do I have to fly?
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna
You literally have to
walk
fly
up those stairs. Yeah, I'm just
I
gonna.
would just,
Oh, there's. Oh, wow, it is.
I walked right
That is a
up the stairs. What are
problem.
you guys talking
Yeah, same.
yeah,
Oh,
I would fly
Up
on
the
around.
stairs.
Fly on around. Yeah,
yes.
just fly right up the stairs.
That's some strong security on those stairs.
This is technically Professor Burns' place.
Not me to go in there, but okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
They sort of jammed into the door. Excuse me, let me.
Apparently there's a note on the door.
Oh, there's
Sorry.
a note on the door?
Yes. I'm just gonna stay here. What does it say?
You don't know. Come around.
The note reads something like a confession from a guardsman named Joshua Hall.
We did too.
As did we.
It says,
Okay.
"Dearest
Got a
Ascension
note here.
Academy, upon whom I have committed heinous treason. I have come forward to confess unto my crimes, but take no responsibility for my punishment whatsoever. I will instead direct you towards my accomplices, whose names I have forgotten at this time. However, there is still one I know of hiding on campus in the Mana Cave. Thank you, and I hope never to see you ever again. Joshua Hall."
Is the door open?
Joshua Hall.
Unlocked. Do that. Sorry, try it again.
Presumably so, because he never went in.
I was just gonna check.
Who's
So,
Joshua Hall?
note to you.
One of the
A
guardsmen.
guardman. Do you mind if we check inside, professors? I know that this is where, I think
Well,
Madam
there
Minerva
seems
stays.
to be Well, it seems like this is a possible hiding place for someone who has committed treason, so you have full permission to
Well,
enter
knock
that
first.
house.
Knock, knock, knock. Madam! We're coming in!
Did treason.
It's
All
really
they did
hard to
was
go
a stupid
inside.
prank of revive a broom.
Anything, Andrew?
No one up here. Out of character, I'm going to guess that you guys would be seeing a number of other people's stuff here, but that would be
Yeah.
because me, Cassius, and Odie, I'm pretty sure the three of us have been regularly staying here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, is there any other place?
Find everything.
There is a basement.
Mana cave. Oh, that's what
Where's
you
the
meant.
basement? Oh, right there.
Oh, well, if it can,
Oh.
do we go through?
I don't. Okay, it's locked.
It's fine.
Okay,
I'm sure
it's
it's
locked.
fine.
Let it be.
We get to the mana cave.
Scratch marks?
Wait, what? How's she?
On the rocks here, there's scratch marks.
Checked
Like
up
someone's
over
been
the
trying to
top.
climb up.
Climbed it?
Yeah, I checked up over the top of the ridge. I didn't get any notion that anybody was over here. I can check it again.
Let me take a look. Yep.
Take Hoshi with you.
I'm coming.
Come on, Hoshi, you can climb. I'm sure.
Okay, that also works.
It does fun. It feels like.
Dirt. This is the boys section.
How do you know?
Because we just know. You know the layout of the school?
This is not the girls section? Okay, I'm gonna look for footprints.
There would be a couple of imprints in the dirt where it looks like someone jumped down and...
Heavy ones.
Let
They
me
dropped
roll.
in. Okay.
You want a bonus to
Professor,
perception?
brother. Yeah.
I'm a wood elf.
Okay, sure.
Expertise in
with
tracking.
14, yeah, there are footprints leading off towards the... I don't have an orb to show you with, but towards this direction.
This
Okay.
direction. What kind of
Sir,
scratch marks were they?
If I may, really quickly, because we don't want to be in two, we want to catch at least one of these people. Perhaps it's best that we split our forces and we tell the GMA or send someone to tell the GMA or whoever's dealing with it to check the mana cave.
All right, everybody, up here. There are tracks leading this way.
I sent them to the mana cave.
All right, Mason knows what to do.
Yes. Told them to wait for us.
Right.
Nobody enters that. If you want to head to the mana cave, you can.
I'm gonna follow the footprints. Oh, that works too.
All right.
Yes.
Hannah,
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
Mason and
All right,
Gavin are
good.
headed
Well,
off to the
they
Mana
would,
Cave with Professor Cassidy, or not
Andy?
Professor Cassidy, with another one of the guards.
Odysseus and Jamie as well.
I think Lieutenant Andy's going as well.
So,
Told them
what
to
kind of scratch
hold
marks
if
were
necessary
going up here?
until we can reconvene.
It looked like somebody in armor trying to climb a rock.
Okay.
Just metal scrapes along it.
Okay.
It's rather amateurish of them.
Opposed. And then up the rock.
Disappear because they would go up. Okay, well, time to climb too.
Oh.
There
I
you
totally
go.
use my wings for that.
It is very difficult to track because there is no dirt and no tracks left over rock.
If I was them,
Unless it's
I would
scratching.
not want to go that way. I would want to go this way because it's a smaller fall.
Yeah,
So let's
especially
try.
in a whole thing of armor.
Be careful, it's slippery.
Yes.
Grip onto the rock.
You would notice immediately that it looks as though he slipped when he landed and slid all the way down here.
Yeah, but that'll probably slow him down a little bit.
Indentation in the dirt.
Yes, he did. 1 second.
So much for being a professional. We wrote the paperwork for the dead. Just have to pile on the work on my
keep the
load.
tracks. Yeah, it's just a basic perception. You would notice very clearly going off towards the mountain.
Looks like they're going that way.
Sorry.
Make sure to keep an eye up.
What's happening?
How fucking... I will say, you train them damn good to get as far in full fucking plate armor. And to move as fast as they can.
This is leading over towards there. I'd like to check that rock formation. Because I feel like that would be a good place to hide. But we should probably hide as well. Arbor? May I make a suggestion since you're very visible right now?
Yes.
Could you maybe climb up, back up, and maybe try to take the roundabout way? If they try to run, you can see them.
Do you mean the professor?
Either one.
I suppose so.
What I mean is, right now we're in an open field, and they're probably going to see us coming.
Okay, so are you talking about
well
that rock formation or the one to the right?
Is this guard that we're looking for, has he been trained to use a mana rifle of any kind?
Not to my
Standard
knowledge,
issue.
he usually specializes with blades.
Alright, so we won't have to worry about him.
Specialist.
Alright, so then we ain't gotta worry about him hailing down arrows or mana bolts.
I'll go around.
How smart would you say this soldier is? Is he one to know when he's outnumbered and outmatched, or is he the kind who's willing to die fighting?
I'd like to say he's the one type to know how to surrender when he's outnumbered.
Sorry.
I'm just
but you never
trying
know
to get
how a person is once they're cornered.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to gauge what brand of stupid we're dealing
But
with.
as per the professor's direction, you would see the tracks leading off towards the mountain.
I'm gonna go without my weapon out, just since that's I'm probably the first one he sees, and I don't want him attacking me. Or giving a reason to.
Yeah, we're not too far behind, so if he does, we'll be right there behind you, cadet.
Does he look like
I'll
he's
circle around.
Does he look like he's walking with a limp? Because before he was walking a straight gait. Would he lose their like pressure on one leg or another? Or can I not tell?
It
No,
doesn't
yeah.
seem different. It actually, if anything, it seems like he is running. Wide gaps between each step, fairly heavy and dense. This is clearly
And
someone
he
who's
says going
quickly.
around or that way?
They discovered
It's
that nothing was
going-
stolen, and Nisha said you guys should come back. Did you guys find anything?
We're currently tracking the.
We're
not
coming back. You guys
Professor Cassidy!
Just that.
Sorry, there was a runner. Apparently, nothing was stolen. Anisha called off her search, apparently.
That's not wise.
Why is that?
Because apparently nothing was stolen.
Yeah, he says he's an accomplice. Why would he say his accomplice is something?
And he said he
Didn't steal
committed
anything.
treason, so...
So is he just leaving? I gotta get up here.
Well, there's a lot of
Deserting
trees
one
here.
thing, but a soldier would know the difference between treason and deserting. So, what the hells did they do?
I would like to know that myself, Professor.
He was running. Where do you need to run to? Are you around? He can't possibly get out of this valley unless he goes the front way or into the water. Unless he wants to hike all the way out.
Unless he strips his armor.
You would see
Oh, none of this again. Yeah.
the tracks leading all the way up to the trees over there. Highest point on the side of the mountain you can reach.
Up there. And they'll probably see us coming, but there's not much they can do unless they're trying to get out through that way. They'd have to double back to get out of this canyon. These walls aren't very easily climbed, and they're full of monsters. One of the reasons the academy is kept safe.
I would assume these guards would know that. So, it makes it curious that he came this way.
Very curious indeed.
Multiple sets of footprints.
Stop. Do you mean, the steps turn... Wait. Okay. Do you mean the steps turn into multiple? Or there's just, like, there just turns into a conglomeration? There is, like, one's coming up from there, like a grouping.
Once you crest that rock behind you, where there clearly are no tracks, this area at the top here has multiple tracks coming from that direction.
From different directions, or just the one?
From the direction you came.
So there are multiple people coming from there that way.
Yes, sir. Which means I assume his accomplices are here, too.
Zabson, with a 16, you would recognize it as 2 sets of tracks.
2 people.
You think they split and then met up
I
here?
reckon for the 2 soldiers that ran off.
Oh shit, you should
And then
probably
there's
stay back.
one in the mana cave. Unless he was lying to try to throw us off. Still, don't forget to look up.
Always
Just in
look up.
case.
They weren't far. guess they are trying to run.
You would see the tracks leading up to the steeper section, on which point you would see what look like blades or spikes being driven into the soft earth on the side to help them climb before reaching the precipice there, where bits of stone are chipped and small gaps have been made, as it looks like someone has used a spike or knives or something to climb the rock face.
All the way up to the top?
Oh, that didn't happen.
Don't do that, sir.
If you go to the very
Sirs, I
top,
think-
you will find a broken dagger.
Sirs, I think we're going to have lost them. Or they are going to be lost to the wilds of this place.
Oh, well.
We have, griffins that come, not griffins, but, beasts that tend to be around this area. Not this area, but past the mountains. We were warned not to pass these mountains year one. I think your
Well,
guards
then-
are going to either find themselves very rich and very lucky, or very unlucky and very dead.
Do you know what they did?
No,
No,
they
but
just
apparently...
They committed treason according to the note.
Which is
And
strange.
apparently one of his accomplices is in the mana cave. So that's our best bet if he was telling the truth.
But they went there and
So I
didn't find
believe-
anything.
I did see, and we saw another
No,
footprints headed this way.
Nisha went to the Crystal Thorn Cave and on that side.
Mana
They said they
Cave.
didn't find anything.
But
They didn't go
Nathan
to
and
the
Gavin
mana
went the
cave.
other one.
Weren't there
Yeah,
only
I told
2
them
guards?
And we saw 2 footprints.
2 sets of tracks here.
Yes! They also could be lying.
Possibly trying to lead us on a wild goose chase somewhere on campus.
We should probably check with the Mana Cave, with
But
Gavin
then you
and
would
Mason.
remember the number of guards involved in the room summoning situation. There were more than 2.
If I remember correctly, these 2 guards that ran away were the same guards who were involved with reviving that broom earlier. So if I had to assume the third one would, if there were 2 that were here, then their accomplice might be the third guard who was with them when they revived the broom.
Weren't there 4 of them?
Was there? I know earlier the
You would
other
remember the
guard who
4th
was
guard
active
being the one
duty
who ratted the others out.
is the
Professor?
the one who was dueling with the broom.
What are my orders?
Where, if there's anything you
Okay,
can
so-
find, broken weapons or daggers or what have you, gather them up for evidence, and then we're gonna go reconvene with the rest of Arden Vale at the Mana Cave. See if they found anything, if they've gone in.
Hannah.
Are you sure you don't want someone to continue following along the path that they've clearly left?
Oh, sorry. I had a very bad headache.
I'll repeat myself then. Sir, do you want someone to continue following along the path that they've clearly left? If there were 2 guards...
I'm definitely good for a second, Chin.
If we're going
Hmm. They're only going to continue getting farther and farther away.
Right. Well, regardless, we should probably get down to the Mana Cave before everyone else, before they leave.
I don't think they were stripping off their armor, weren't they?
No, I don't believe we saw anything.
They were. Yeah, as far as we haven't seen any armor, and they were using like knives or some sort of something to climb up that.
The
That's what
spikes, yes.
we know.
So they were using their weapons or something as climbing gear.
Yes.
Or
Possibly.
their weapons are not gonna hold out against whatever the hell's in these mountains.
Unfortunate for them.
Probably not.
But we
I believe
can't-
that
I mean,
we-
we can.
Honestly, if anyone is going to catch up, I think I would have the best bet, really.
Do you want to go search after him and see if you can follow the trail?
I'll go take a look.
We're gonna go
the rest of-
reconvene with the rest of Ardenvale. You go see if you can find anything, and if you find anything concrete, or hell, if you see him.
If I see them, I'll
I
try to
think you
stop
could take him. Yeah, I think you can take him.
Yes. And if he gets too dangerous, I'll also come back. However, I can handle myself for a little bit, but yes. Anyway, let's go.
Careful of monsters.
Any suggestions, Cadet Arbor?
No, this is your call to make, sir.
To him.
You're the one giving orders here, not me.
Yeah, but I like to hear what my squad's thinking.
I think the gnome was just a diversion. But perhaps it will turn something.
I agree. Though, if there was 2 sets of tracks here and there was 3 accomplices, then only 2 of them got away, which means they might be ratting. They might actually rat out their one sitting in the mana cave.
Are we going down this way?
Can you make that drop?
I can slide on the rocks. I'll be fine.
Which
I
means
just have to land right.
it's highly likely that they all had a point to meet up.
More than likely. That's what I would do.
So,
Ida and I have had to do that on a number of occasions.
We can find out where they're going, because I'm good at making them talk.
Canyon, but there it is.
Watch out, Hoshi. Don't get stepped on.
This is the most climbing I've done in a long ass time. It's been a while. We used to do this during the fall campaign.
But that's not as bad as the dip as I thought it'd be.
Go that way.
Nope.
Well. Alright.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. Oh, perfect. Man, the cave should be just past here.
Oh, hell. Jumping was never my thing.
drop. Professor Nisha, sit rep.
Alright. We went into the cave, there was nobody there. We think it was just some sort of play.
Diversion?
Or some goose chase. Yes, diversion in some case.
We tracked
We've
them
currently
and
got-
they made it up the mountain. So unfortunately, we think that they've
a group
escaped.
just
However,
went
we
that
don't think
direction.
they'll escape for long.
Yes, a load of students just went that direction right now.
Did they say why?
Well, because they were like
To
just
scout the area
roaming,
for the
trying
one
to
that
find
would
them.
have been in the mana
Mm.
cave. Apparently there's
Yep.
three. Apparently there's three guards.
Two. Yeah,
Traders.
two of them went up
Apparently
the
there's a
mountain.
third one.
Yeah, I know.
That was
I
in
can
the
see
cave,
Rex
and
shield from here.
So,
That is Rex shield.
Oh no. Yep,
no.
let's go.
Bringing the barrier down.
Okay.
Actually, a box of gems that she asked two guards
Sit
to
rep
help her
Mason.
with, and then status quo right now is you're seeing the guard that they just found. Sorry, I guess it's squid bro. I don't know fancy words. Basically, they just found that guy. That's literally where we're at right now. We went into the mana cave, just like the notice said, that was posted on the door. There was nothing. We got outside of the mana cave. It appears that this guy slipped past us somehow.
Hmm.
We are treating you as a
Huh?
prisoner.
No, just the broom.
So,
Broom's the traitor?
until we get to the bottom of it, you're being treated as a traitor.
Look, we should look for tracks in other directions just in case. but
Treason here.
Those tracks most likely led to him.
Earlier, we did the thing with the broom that Professor Breyer told us would work, so we got the broom back. Then you were very angry with us, so we went off and hid for a while, and I may have fallen asleep, and then he found me.
Do you have a pair of shackles?
That's not treason, is it? So,
Sir, what were the names of the other two guards?
One, hands out. You are under arrest for the suspicion of.
I'm gonna
This
clear out.
has to do
I think
with-
there's enough.
right.
This has something to do with that broom.
Until we get
It's
to the
probably
bottom of it,
nothing.
you will be held in the dungeon. Do you understand?
Okay.
I'll leave you to it. I'm not gonna. There's a lot of people here.
Take them to dungeons while you check out the other two.
We already have a professor tracking the other two. Alright, Lieutenant,
good.
he's very well. Your guard, so you lead him to the dungeon. I'll be right behind you.
Very well. You know where the dungeon is. Start walking.
I've never actually been to a dungeon.
You two, can you get back on patrols?
Yes, sir.
What happened? All right.
Any remaining orders, Professor Cassidy?
Towards the pink trees.
Well, we've got Professor, I know his name, I just can't remember his name.
The script of every detail
Wings.
of the storm. Well, this morning I witnessed
Selene.
God light
Selene,
woman
yes.
being
That was gonna
swept
drive me
clean
insane. Selene is,
by two other
if you
gods
want
and a
to
broom.
take anyone with you. You can.
Is that? They got in big trouble.
Well, Selene's tracking the other ones. It'll probably be a pain and a half to get you back there.
No doubt.
It's quite the hike and climb.
Yeah,
No
it's a
doubt.
hike, but Selene is tracking them. He said that he would return.
Any orders, professors?
If
Any orders?
For the time being, no. You are dismissed, I believe.
everyone's
need you, we'll
dismissed
call
unless
you.
you wish to follow me to the dungeon.
Permission to do a perimeter sweep.
Permission granted.
Mason, take Gavin with you.
I'm listening to you. I apologize. I'm just. No, sorry. I'm just. Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm just.
So, if you want to have some of your
Did he-
cadets assist in a patrol, I wouldn't say no to
more
it,
than willing.
Professor.
Never mind.
Aye.
He's already wandered off
If you
again.
wish to assist in patrols, you are free to.
Professor, I would like to accompany you to the dungeon.
Follow those.
By all means.
All right. Yep.
Oh. Jumping is very hard.
Yeah.
Especially when there's like a half a second delay.
Jumping was never my strong suit.
It's always been mine.
Same.
Well, I am envious to say the least. Although I have been told I look like I could fight a bear, so I guess I got that going for me.
I fought a bear once. It was an owl bear.
Wouldn't owl bear? Now, I've seen one of those terrifying creatures, but yet somehow adorable. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
No, I think I think I understand actually.
I don't know. I suppose if it weren't for the fact that they were trying to rip us to shreds, they were kind of cute. I'd befriend an owl bear. Maybe one day I'll get the chance.
Someday, maybe.
Someday, maybe.
Well, there seems to be Gavin.
Following along with Rex, it would seem.
And not with his squad.
Yeah. Come on, Hoshi.
Like he should be.
Oh.
And apparently he's going to the dorms yet.
He's probably going to
have to
take
have
all the
talk
gear
with
off.
him.
To be honest, he's not in good fighting shape, so it's probably better that he
is
rests.
also a
However,
good point.
it is a concern.
It would have been nice had he at least gave a heads up. Thank you for your assistance, Cadet Misty. I appreciate it.
You're on the stairs.
You're welcome.
Let's put you in this jail cell on the left.
So, what actually happened after I fell asleep?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that chromatic grass is attuned to you.
Yeah.
Just take the shackles off, as you won't be able to use magic in there.
Open the gate, or open the cell. Is there two things that are painful? Grabs the sword. Grabs the shield, removes it off your back. Always disarm prisoners. Now, actually, we got a room I could use for questioning.
That room's upstairs, sir. I can show you.
Very well.
Let's take him there. Come on.
Okay.
You try anything funny, you know, I can only imagine what'll happen to you.
I haven't been trying anything. I just did the thing with the broom.
Are you okay, sir?
Yes, I just slipped. Forget I have certain knees.
Wanted to keep them close to interrogation.
Shut this behind me.
Understood. I believe the guardsman has the key. Or, okay, this worked. I'll let you handle it, sir.
Professor, if you wish to sit in here with me, you can feel free.
You sure you should be here, hon?
Sure, you don't mind.
The negativity? Okay.
Don't mind at all.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it.
Well,
Now,
okay.
Soldier, what's your name?
Smith, sir.
Say that again.
Boyd Smith, sir.
Smith. Now.
Smith.
You say this whole thing is about what? You summoning the broom?
Yeah. I mean, the lieutenant was very angry after that, though.
You say that's the reason why you and two other guards ran off.
Yeah, we went and hid in the cave for a while.
Yeah, I want to go to the forge and go take care of that, but this is slightly more important.
Because the lieutenant was really angry with us. So we were just gonna wait it out for a bit. Let him cool off a little.
These two other guards that were with you, what were their names?
It was Joshua and Jacob.
So you, it is Joshua and Jacob. You all summoned this broom and you all saw how upset the lieutenant was. And you all hid in the cave because he was angry. So, well, then why run? If you were just waiting out.
Well,
Gotta confirm.
Over here to cool down.
It is odd, and I'm fairly certain it is just something dumb.
Somebody would go back there, people go there, so I went behind the rock where it's quiet and just. I may have fallen asleep a little.
Then why would they claim you all committed treason?
I don't know what they did after they left. They weren't very happy, but
They fingered you as the accomplice. So it wasn't just those two, it was all three.
I was only involved in the whole broom thing, which is why we hid in the cave.
Now tell me, do you think this whole broom thing is treason. You
Well,
think
not
that constitutes
technically,
as treason?
No. No.
You're all smart guards. You know the rules here. Why would your comrades think doing this is just treason?
I don't know what they did after they left. They left and then I went and sat by the rock. So I don't know what they decided to do after. All I know about is the broom.
Oh no, don't worry, we got them. And I'm sure they're gonna tell us all about what you three did.
Just the broom. Oh, me. Anyway, I don't know what they did.
So, you're telling me
We could always go request for a truth circle scroll.
Okay. Tell me, soldier. Are you afraid of death?
Slightly. I mean, it comes with the job, but you tend to avoid it where you can. I mean, I'll fight for the academy, and hell, that comes with the job. I'm not scared to do my duty, but if there's some mistake going on here, then I'd like to avoid that.
Do you know what the punishment for treason is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, where would your friends go if they left? Up in the mountains?
Well, okay, if they were running, then as far as they could get, probably go to a town or something. Get supplies.
I'm sure
and leave.
you all had
What about the graveyard?
a meeting point
I
somewhere.
saw someone use a portal to it earlier.
I don't know why they ran. I was just we were gonna go back after the lieutenant cooled off a bit.
We should both go.
Soldier, I'm only gonna ask you once. What did you and your associates do?
Got off the ship this morning, and there were 4 of us with the lieutenant. Went to the stadium. We set up the brooms, pentagram, like the professor told us. We repaired the broom, the broken one, and then, well, one of them told the lieutenant what happened, and so the other 3 went and hid in the cave. And I fell asleep, and they were the ones they left.
Would you say you're all good friends?
Kind of. I mean, we're posted here together, so.
Did you pick up on
I mean, I
anything
know
of where they could go?
I think the nearest town probably would make sense. I don't think they'd get further without supplies, food.
Soldier, you're looking at the face of death.
Yeah.
And I will find out what you all did. It's only a matter of time.
I just did the broom. Just the broom, then I hid in a cave for a while. Which might be avoiding punishment, but yeah, don't be angry about that.
He's gonna place it on your chest.
Yeah.
Some say that death is cold. Does that feel cold to you?
No. It's hot. It's really hot.
Now, if I find out you lied to me in any way, I'm gonna be back. And I'm gonna make sure you're ushered to the other side. Do you understand me?
Sir, yes, sir.
Let us out. Back to your cell. And don't even think about trying to run.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
He seemed pretty clueless, I won't lie. Seemed it.
Yeah, he did. Which means if any treason was committed, it was the other two who did it.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the point. I think he was a scapegoat. For something.
Yeah.
Or some kind of thing, to be honest with you. He just,
I agree.
They sent us his way to distract us. So, fuck. It worked. In some ways.
Well, we still have Selene tracking him in the mountains.
And fingers crossed he spots him. I mean, he's got wings, so he should be at an advantage compared to the rest of us, so.
Yeah.
We
He'll at least be able to.
It's a funny image, actually. I'm gonna. Oh, Selene. Bird bones. Works out. All right, okay. I'm gonna go and have a look around for him. Somehow. Probably won't find him, but I'll try anyway. Take care, Professor. Cadets.
You too, Professor.
I suppose until such a time that we get further word from Professor Selene, or he returns with them, I will return to... well, something.
Feel free to do it as you wish, Cadet. I'll be keeping an eye out for Selene and these guards.
Understood, sir.
Should you hear anything, please let me know.
Of course, sir.
You did good today, Cadet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your assistance.
That was kind of scary.
It's rather strange.
Kind of feel bad for that guard.
Hmm. If he did do something wrong. Oh, just the person I was looking for.
There you are. I heard you guys got spirited away on the way to the forge.
Yes, asked by the professors to assist with a issue with the guards. That is all.
Well, there's your new line. I'm gonna head to the forge. Also, hello, Hoshi. Your tail's looking really fluffy today.
Thank you.
Oh, looks like a boat just got back. All right.
Boat?
Oh, we're heading towards the forge anyways.
I was gonna go to sleep, but I want to see who's on the boat.
Ironic, I was already heading to the forge. What's nothing up? A barrel. Barrel. Mm-hmm. Weapons gun, barrel. Receiver and a hammer.
New gun, or are you fixing current one?
Upgrading Arbors. Oh, well.
There you go.
Oh, hello, Cadet. Hi.
Everything's been molded out, all prepared.
What?
Oh, come back.
I believe Ashley had a box of gems earlier. Depending on what she needs them for. Might be useful.
Deputy K.
Everything's pretty much ready to go. The molds are etched out. Everything should be good to go. Those two are there for the hammer and the receiver. They just need to be etched out, reheated temporarily, then that'll be good. What other materials were in there besides these higher grade steel?
The mithril.
Right. Okay. And that we were going to be using for, I take it, the barrel?
I believe so, yes.
Alright, good. Then my assumptions were correct on the note taking. And everything's pretty much set. This will be eventually ready to go. And those two over there be the other parts.
Alright. Is there anything else that
Is
you
Mason
need?
going to join us?
I'm unsure. He was doing a quick perimeter check, and much past that I have no idea.
Last thing I'll need is to make sure the measurements are correct with your current setup. So, well, Head down there. I'll get some charcoal. I'll make the markings on each of these molds. And then we'll get to cracking them open to properly fix.
Alright.
Should be interesting. Please double check. Which should be pretty good. And here to here. Alright. Okay. Perfect. Alright. Up to you for a start. Tools are all around.
Shall I go look for Mason, or would you rather
It'll
start
be-
now?
If he wants to learn, he can take a look at the individual parts. He's going to be putting them together anyways. Of course, I'll make sure they all sit together, but I'll let him do the work. For the most part.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Mason was. Super fidgety. My arm hurts as well.
Alright, your weapon. Final measurements. The barrel won't be done till tomorrow morning. Give me a few days. Align it, please. There. And there. Here. Right, you're good. Those are the rough markings I'm going to need for that piece. So, I have your blueprints, so I can just copy the style that you have now. That should be good to go. Hammer is pretty much universal. Now that I have those measurements. Trigger piece, hammer pull, and the cylinder should be the easier parts for me to do. What do you think about seating mechanisms?
What do you mean?
What are you going to be putting in for the crystals? Because we're not doing the way we did before. Where you're slamming two stones into each other. Over time, you're going to end up with an indentation from striking that over and over. Your gun's only going to last so long.
I'm not really sure then. Do you have a suggestion?
Can you channel through yourself?
What do you mean? Like just
Your own
channeling
piece.
mana like anyone else?
No.
Hey Mason.
Through...
You're fine. You were busy.
Just finish perimeter checks. You're conductive, as far as I can tell, right? Monoconductive.
Yes.
What if you used your own piece as a housing unit?
You mean you want me to knock out a piece of myself and put it inside the gun?
I mean, not too many people can say they are literally holding their own weapon, just an extension of themselves.
I mean, I
Although
suppose
I'm totally overlooking the fact that
could
would
work,
probably
but-
hurt like hell. I mean, it's up to you.
Not particularly, but I think it would be better to use another material. Something that's specifically
fair enough,
better suited.
Always an option.
And besides, what happens if I lose
Do you
the
have
gun?
anything in mind?
I get attacked. Someone
That's
disarms
the
me.
thing. You don't want to ever lose that.
Well, of course not, but
Then you'll
there's
fight
an
like hell to
eventuality.
get it back.
Well, of course.
Fair enough. If you come up with the idea that you want to use, that you feel comfortable with, it's your personal after all.
See, that's
Let
where
me
my
know.
knowledge is limited. I don't have as much knowledge concerning
Alright,
gems
which
and
affinity are you pushing through?
light.
So I could use a diamond.
If we have one just laying around in that box. I
Don't need
wouldn't
it.
want to take yours.
Once I leave. Do you know how many of these things I have sitting around at my old forge?
I mean, what?
Just sitting around.
Yeah, it's not like my father cares how many of these things I keep around. A few extra rubies, probably maybe a chunk of red beryl still laying around somewhere. Look, you take one miner's daughter out on a nice date and play nice, and you get all the presents you want for a week. I'm not proud of it.
Gross, if you ask me.
So is politics, but my father wanted that business venture, so I entertained the thought. 2 months later, I don't care what the hell he does with the extra money. I just need the parts. Anyway,
Understood.
I don't need this one once I leave, so I'll use it as the housing unit.
What do you think?
Your call. You want to use a diamond, or do you want to try to find something else?
I don't know what else will work. Again, I don't know enough about this.
Well, there's research papers I can hand to you.
Also,
I'd love to take a
Vargas
look.
and see what he knows.
Any of the students from Geomagical Arts
Things
Academy
like
should know. They
A
wear
pure
them.
pearl will be something. Diamond, quartz, but quartz is cheaper. It doesn't hold as steady. Usually that's the starter bands for most of the first years.
Okay.
I say Vargas because Vargas might have connections that may be able to find us the actual gems
Didn't
versus just knowing what they do.
Nick say he was a foreman when I first met him at the ball. Doesn't that mean he has connections?
Potentially.
Potentially.
He said something about owning a mine, so who knows what they
He
can
does
do.
own a mine
Near
in
Kari
Kari
Town,
Town,
yes.
Yes.
Well, there you go. You can see at least what's down there. For now, I'll just size it to fit the general sizing for a focus stone. That way I have something to work off of.
Can always cut it down as well. Diamonds are relatively easy to cut.
Yes. Refining
what
them,
you're
yes.
doing.
Just make sure I'll leave notes with Mason on refining process of the gems. It's delicate work. It's a slow process. Usually takes all night because you have to go from side to side and double check, triple check your work. One mistake, and the first time she puts a spell through that, it's gonna crack, and she's out of a weapon.
I know.
Work's been pretty good so far.
I don't want to put a piece of myself inside the gun. That's weird.
I have
No,
enough
I'd rather
space to work
just
with
give
two,
it to Ida.
so why- Side by side. So from here to here. Good. And the new fitting hammer. Because we're not slamming another stone into another stone. But we could coat the tip of the hammer that strikes it with monosteel.
Why monosteel?
It could work. It's conductive enough, and if it strikes it hard enough, it should still cause it to go off just the same. And with the new barrel, you should have more accuracy.
We had requested
try
higher
3 different
quality,
variations.
refined monocrystals as well.
Yeah, those are in there. I can use those, file them down as inlays, but for the most part, a monocrystal tip actually could work well. I'll try both versions.
I meant for the storage of the mana that I'm putting into it to then be released.
No. That would be. This is why we try different versions. I can make at least 3 and we'll test them all out. Or rather, you will. As easy as disassembling mine is to change out the parts, it should be for yours. At least that's what I'm aiming for. Down. Should be right. This marking should be good for that. Got the barrel ready. And the solvents. So I've already prepped the water. We'll submerge those through the night. Little special thing that I've worked up over the years. Now, the engravings should mark stay put. All right. That'll do for now. We can come back bright and early in the morning, get those all nice and finished off, and the oil coating should set in on the metals, make everything nice and durable to withstand heat. Same as my sword.
All right.
Okay, I understand.
I'll make sure I get you the notes tonight. I'll leave them in your common rooms if I still have permission to go and leave them on that table.
Sure.
Cool. And in the morning, we'll get you all set up with a new gun, or at least the starting works of it.
We'll need to remove the grip from this one.
Definitely. It'll be a small process. I'll let Mason handle that since he built it originally.
Yeah. I got it.
Exciting. Love when new things get clear.
I'm gonna chat with Arbor real quick. I'll catch you in a
We're
minute.
gonna blow up so many things together. It's gonna be great.
Hopefully it's not me.
Okay, so what did I miss with this whole process?
Basically, he has the molds ready. They've already been put together. He's put them in the solvent overnight. That should help with finishing off the material, but otherwise, it's just a matter of waiting for those to be ready, assembling all of the pieces, and testing it. The only unknown
So that's
factor
the
is the focus crystal, which was the more unknown experimental part of what we were considering. On one hand, it could be used to allow for better focusing of the beam and the magic that's flowing through it, but also, as Professor Cassidy has shown us, be used to cast other spells of a more potent degree. Sort of like a wand.
So,
Or like their little
like a
focus
revolving
bracelets.
wand?
Not a revolving wand, just a crystal inlaid into the barrel that helps amplify and focus the mana that's flowing through it as it's released. But also can be used...
So, like the one I've been working.
I'm sorry?
Remember I told you about the notes that my friend Kelvin gave me over the summer?
Hmm.
We've been working on a process for what he basically uses to create his crystals for mana rifles. He made his own mana rifle, him being a
Okay.
dwarf. But he showed me the entire process and wrote it down for me, and I've been working on
So you
one
know how to make a focus
ever
crystal?
since then. Their type of focus, no. What we're trying to accomplish by basically concentrating the shot, I think yes.
Okay. Maybe discuss that one with Cortez so he knows exactly what you're planning on doing.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I'll probably go back to the door and make sure I've got my notes together.
Alright. Maybe share those with him.
But
That way,
I want to make sure
nothing blows up in my
you're
hand.
good with everything that's happened up until now.
Yes. Yes, he's been very transparent.
Okay. Alright, that's all I ask for. Is transparency. That way we know what's going on.
I like that he's got so many of those lying around, though. That's... What the fuck, guy?
Honestly, what a flex.
Really?
Actually, Arbor,
Hmm.
real quick. Actually, come back to the forge with me real quick.
Feel free.
Back to the forge.
Alright.
Sorry.
What's up?
Okay. I need to make sure I do this because it has been asked of me. Did you get checked over for injuries after what happened the other day?
Yes, I had 2 injuries. One where I was shot by Zane. The bullet, I guess, or the slug, managed to crack a bit. Limited my mobility for a bit. Kind of stung, whatever that magic was. And then at one point in time, one of them knocked me off of a ledge. Then I fell backwards and hit the back of my head on the stone below. Apparently left some cracks. I couldn't tell. I was a bit disoriented. But Rudy apparently knows how to fix that sort of thing.
I mean, he was trying to talk up a pretty good game about that stuff. So,
He practices
do you mind if I take a look
geomancy.
and make sure?
Yeah, I can.
Not
Wearing a-
that. Your head.
Oh. Yes.
I want to check over their work.
He's right about there.
Okay.
Just
Don't care. Okay. Am I gonna see anything?
no, it's completely smooth.
Just had to double check. It's a mind kind of thing.
Yeah. Even then, it's been a couple of days. Anything that would have been damaged is probably sealed if it wasn't fixed by him initially. Doesn't take too long.
Fair enough.
It takes time, but
Unless
not
pieces are
long.
missing, then that's a whole nother issue, I guess.
Yep, everything is accounted for, and I know exactly where it all is.
Just want to make sure you're good. That's all.
Hmm.
Alright, you can go. That was it.
Yeah, no, I've already been checked over, and I'm fine. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
But and we were in here for like 5 seconds, man.
You know. Fairly certain Ida's back, so I should probably check in with her and make certain everything went well. Whatever the lesson I think Kay had for a handful of students. So I imagine dinner will be soon. You should probably get something to eat.
Not really caffeine, I guess.
I meant like an actual meal, but whatever works for you, to be
Did
honest.
The bell even... I don't even know if the bell... Are the tables up?
I
didn't
don't
even hear the bell go
hear
off for
anything,
dinner.
but, you know, I don't think so. I don't think it's
yeah,
been
I
set
guess.
yet. You're welcome to check, though.
Kay said he does not want to do anything untoward to Finn. But I also overheard Professor Varian saying that he will not as well. They both think he can be redeemed, so if we do have to make a move, we'll need to count that neither of those will stand for it.
Izanami is another variable. She's impulsive. Likes to do
Yes, but
things
if
on
she's
her
given
own.
a goal, if she's given a goal and a time frame, she can be guided.
I don't think any of us should be
If-
talking to him by ourselves.
No, I agree. Wholeheartedly. The only reason I have not run off to find out is because I think she would, in the very least, be able to stand her ground. Those situations. Rancid. Well, we know that Kay is hesitant to do anything about Finn. I don't know if any of the answers you were hoping for you got them, but it all seemed to be run around to myself. Lennick might be implicitly working for him, considering he broke into my desk. Somebody tried to draw the guards away from a post. We need to figure out which post that was to find out if they did something we haven't found out about yet.
There's apparently a
question.
note.
Go ahead.
So this guard, from what I've been able to gather, was convinced to, like I said, leave or do something otherwise outside of his scope of what he feels is honorable as a guard, according to what people have said. So this guardsman has left campus and he left a note on the lighthouse door, something about I'm a traitor,
Who
etc.,
of them?
etc. That's why everything's...
There were 2 guards. I was assisting with tracking them. They went up into the mountains and beyond. We're not certain how far they'll make it, but Professor Selene is in pursuit. I haven't heard any word from him yet.
Okay. Oh god.
It would make sense that if we were infiltrated, our soldiers that are directly put here by the CAF may have put some special eggs in the basket, so to speak.
Ellie, did you find anything?
No. Normal ships that I used to see when I would go out that far. Nothing out of the ordinary. Normal officers doing normal things. Talking about paperwork, menial shit. No Finn, no Ironclad.
But there were people out there. How many?
Just a normal galley. I've been out there before. Just a couple of ships.
An excessive amount, maybe? To reach
No.
a school if needed?
I think what she's saying is that she's been out there before, and she basically found the same things that she's found before, so nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Alright.
nothing seemed out of place. And I listened for quite a bit. Just a bunch of boring conversations.
That still doesn't explain where he came from, or where the majors came from.
At least there's no fucking Ironclad.
So where did he go? They said he was offshore. in an
I'm gonna
island.
put the items I
That doesn't
found in
just
your
go
room, if
missing.
that's okay.
By all means.
Celeste, where did he go? And where did all his research go? Everything in his office? Where is it?
See, that's the thing. As soon as I found out about that, I had told Commander K about it. According to him, he managed to get a box full of Finn's documentation before the rest went missing. Do with that as you will. I feel like that's something that would be important to share or speak about, but he did not.
This is why I share my suspicions of Kay. I'm not so fond of jumping to trusting him.
I don't trust him. But I have to keep up appearances. There's a particular part of me that wants to trust him. I do. I like to think that he's trying to do the right thing. And I understand the need to do it by the books. But the problem is we're getting squeezed. We don't know what Finn's doing. We don't know what he's capable of. There are things happening in close proximity to this academy that puts it at danger. Now, that's something that's happened before, but not at this scale. That's the problem. There's too much happening at once. The influence of the enemy is spreading, and we have no idea how to deal with it, and they still manage to stay one step ahead of us the entire time.
What's the book?
Again, I'm brought back to the fact that you were ambushed during this training evolution. That it was timed so perfectly that you had all already ran the dungeon and were exhausted, depleted on mana, injured. And that was the perfect time to strike. The only way that something could be planned as such and then executed without an external way to scry or watch is that someone had to be reporting it as it happened. I don't know what to make of it. We need evidence. We need to find something, anything. Perhaps if we gave something for Kay to work with, he'd actually be able to do something. But my concern is if he tries to do it by the books, and whoever it is has this sponsorship or support, this high-ranking officer that supports Finn, that would make Kay an obstacle to them. And what happens when Kay's gone? If he really is on our side, what happens when he exposes himself trying to go after Finn? The right way. And someone with authority and bureaucracy behind them steps in to rip him away, transfer him, silence him. Now, I don't think he'd let it happen on purpose, and I think he'd fight tooth and nail. But we have to think of every possible avenue and approach.
What do we do with the...
I'm gonna try and see if I can speak to Jamie.
Yeah.
Lots of people like to tell Jamie some things, and I want to see if he knows anything about what Linux doing.
A good idea. Let me know. Be careful, though.
Of course.
You were saying?
What do we do with the information we found out? This Rose and what clearly Finn has done with her. Izanami wants to confront Finn on this. Which I think can only involve it in a volatile way.
Or denial.
Maybe. You could strike a chord then.
What, you wish to make him act first, so we are free to?
I don't know.
The problem is, we don't know what his act would be. We don't know what he would trigger. We don't know what he would do. We don't know what his volition would be.
If all Kay needs is a push over the edge, then if we confront Finn with this information, depending on how he acts, if he just denies it, then that's one thing. But if he acts on it, then Kay witnesses. Then there's your evidence.
I don't think that'll work. Here's why.
It might be...
When we were at the cave...
Greetings, Professor.
Hello,
when
Professor.
Finn
Sorry.
subjected Izanami to that circle, and she couldn't...
Everything all right?
...dispel it.
Yes, actually,
He
I was
witnessed her.
going to talk to Cadet Lila. She wished to talk to me at some point.
Take care of what you must, Cadet.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for Izanami, because if she goes and does this on her own, and we don't know.
Stick to her. Make sure she doesn't. You were saying?
What Lana's suggesting likely won't work. Kay was there when Finn pulled his wand on Izanami, pointed it at her head, and yet nothing was done. And I reported this to the headmistress to try to outplay Finn. And that was when the majors arrived and belayed all her orders.
So you're telling me that Kay witnessed Finn putting this wand to the back of Izanami's head?
To the front. He stood in between
Front.
Izanami and Finn.
Well, it sounds like he tried to intervene then. But I get what you're saying. If that wasn't enough, how much is enough? No, it's entirely possible that he is a good man, but he's hung up on trying to save someone who can't be saved. There's too many variables and not enough bloody information. Feels like all we've been doing the past month is catching up to the actions of whoever is playing their games on this academy grounds. We need to be able to catch whoever it is in the act. If it's Finn, someone else, we need to figure it out. There's got to be something. Something we can wait for, something we can observe. But perhaps we can lay bait. But if the wrong person takes the bait, they could put the academy in danger. It's not worth the risk.
Were it so easy to just charm him, force the answers out.
I don't think it's so much that it's not the case, and more so that as soon as we do something like that and either we're wrong, or the person that backs him has enough power to stare the law in the eye and overcome it, we're all dead. Our hands are tied behind our backs. It has to be something that is irrefutable, that no one can turn around and say that was created or set up or hearsay. It has to be out in the open for the world to see.
We need to offer our necks, then.
I'm starting to think that as well. We have to set something up that will make them think if they make a move it'll be a killing blow. Whether it's access to what they want, or our weakness laid out bare. But this is something that is incredibly dangerous, and if we don't do it correctly, we'll be putting the entire academy at risk. But at this point, I cannot see what fruits will be born if we sit and wait. Between the attacks by the bloody Dark Order right on our doorstep, the fact that Zane was able to get inside of the academy grounds before he was dealt with, the fact that nobody can still answer why the barrier went down.
Nobody wants to answer for it. We can place Finn there.
No, they don't.
By his own admission. And his response was to also blame Arbor and myself. Simply because we were in the war room.
What are the chances? And this is me playing devil's advocate. Really fucking out there. What are the chances that Finn is a bumbling idiot that's being convinced that what he's doing is the right thing, and Kay is the one pulling the strings? The reason why I ask this, before you come to an answer, is the man has been doing nothing but collecting research about the Academy, about the barrier, about the demiplane, about the door, all his questions since he arrived day one. We barely see the man, and his focus is studying these things. Next thing we know, Finn is placed on the roof for a supposed class and the barrier goes down. I don't know how much Finn has been looking into the barrier itself. I don't even know if he knows how to do that. But I know that Kay's been researching it. Deeply. Alongside of Linnick, no less. That I know for a fact. I would like to think that I'm wrong, but there is so much crisscrossing information and secrets, ironic,
You
that I
believe
just
Kay
cannot
is the front
put my
man?
finger. I don't know. But I had to say it in case anyone else had any information that might make it correlate. Finn seems to be blinded by his beliefs. Kay seems to be a man of cold logic. If he has emotion, it's guarded, kept safe.
The question we should be asking Kay then is, what's his version of the greater good? Because that's the agreement between him and I.
See, I don't understand how he could answer that question, but then be so adamant on doing everything possible to keep Finn alive. Remember, Lila asked, at what point do you decide that his life is worth more than the rest of the Academy's? And Kay replied with that lives should not be weighed. Something to that effect. You cannot be in the position that he is in as an intelligence officer. Gotten to where he is, had to make the calls that he has had to. And believe that morality. And if he did, that would make him a hypocrite. Especially someone in that position has to make calls that make people disappear, that make people die, that call people out and put them in chains because even though they did something they believed in, it was wrong. Or so the law dictated. I mean, we could be hauled away in chains for this conversation.
Wouldn't be the first time. Also, his hypocrisy wouldn't be the first time either, since he got here.
What do you mean?
When Professor Finn started pulling in students into his cabin, Kay was around the corner. I just left there, and he goes, "You shouldn't..." I butcher the wording. It's been so long ago, but he said you should be mindful of him. Be careful. He's not who he seems to be. And left it at that. But yet, he is, yeah, it's just two-sided.
It's an odd shift. So I don't know. Either perhaps he feels a sudden guilt for being hardlined against him, or he's been playing two sides of the coin. We can speculate until our fucking eyes fall out. The point is, we need some sort of solid information one way or the other. Now as it stands, I'm hoping and banking on the fact that Kay is just an officer trying to do things by the books and is affected by the fact that this is his friend. A bad judgment call, but it's his call that he chooses to make. Which would mean that with all the subsequent evidence, probable cause that we're placing Finn in places where he should not belong and things going wrong, either he has been set up one footstep after the other, or Finn has just managed to evade that one damning piece of evidence.
There's a few things. One, Kay didn't tell us what magical ritual Finn was performing in his story. Two, what he told Lila contradicts, in a way, what he told me. In that he would, going forward, do everything he can to protect us. Protect the cadets here. But if he can't make the choice, if Finn endangers all of us, then you could say he lied to me.
It's little croppings up like that that make me second guess him. Bates might be the only way. And it would have to be seen by people who cannot be denied. Like the headmistress. Staff. But how to orchestrate that, I'll never know. I think my door is being knocked on. I'll be right back.
It is the only thing left linked to his past. It's just him left since she's no longer around.
What if he's trying to hide something? Some sort of involvement.
It's possible.
If he acts against Finn,
Perhaps
he
he
knows
was
that Finn
complicit.
will say something.
That's also possible. That's the thing I don't understand. If it was somebody that they both so deeply cared about, you would expect that one of them to have a vendetta against the other that is far more pronounced than what's been displayed. But who knows? Perhaps the kind of person that they are.
You said bait? Kind were you thinking? In particular, obviously it has to be really good, right?
The kind of bait that if we fuck up, we fuck up. Bad. It's gotta be something that Finn wants to make a move on. If he is really here, whether he's trying to prove himself to be anointed into the Dark Order, and this is his proving grounds, or perhaps this is his mission and he's already part of the Dark Order, or maybe he really is just being influenced and is not that far into the grasp of the enemy, but his own mindset has gotten him to where he is. We have to find out what he's after, what he wants. Perhaps a clue to the door or something. But that's such a risk. God, that's such a risk.
Not if it's not real.
I shudder at the mere thought of it. Well, yes, not if it's not real.
He was not alumni of this academy. He said he went to a different school, North. He then referred to it as the Institute. There's only one institute north on that map.
You think that's where they went?
Possibly.
Well, there was a few times that Akiyama had me go back and forth. Very, very early in my first year here. Maybe a letter to the right person can confirm personal records or something, but the moment that somebody gets wind of that... We'll have to think on it. We'll have to think on it. For now, I am not sure. At this point, we're only working ourselves up looking for an answer that we're not going to be presented. So we do not need to make any rash decisions. But we need to figure out what it is that he might go after, something that he might take as bait. Something perhaps regarding a false location of the door, or something regarding the barrier, or something that we feel that he would lunge out at if he thought he could get his hands on. And then we just need to catch him.
Is it on the map?
Yes, it would be on the map.
What about a possibility of there being something? Do you think he chased something? He got just a bit of information? Whether it's weighted or not?
What if we spread a rumor? Spread a rumor to him through reset. That we say in front of him something like a particular artifact that we have in the museum is integral to finding the location of the door. The most harmless artifact that we have that wouldn't look foolish is some elven statue. It's definitely has its part to play somewhere in the world, but it's not here. We spread that rumor in front of Risa, and then we maintain vigil on it. There's to be a professor watching at all times. As soon as it takes place, he needs to be stopped where he is. But only after he has broken in and taken it. At the very least, somebody could use hold person, I think. Trap him quickly, right in the act, red-handed. Headmistress could be brought. The other professors can be brought. The amount of witnesses that would be present, there is no way that can be ignored. I think that might work. I think. Yes, maybe. Now we just need to figure out how it's set in front of reset. Perhaps a conversation between two cadets fearful over what just recently happened with the guards, a near shot of Rizzo, saying something to the likes of, they think that the guards were drawn away from the museum because the statue key to the door was there, or something of the sort. Something like that would absolutely make its way back to Finn. If you have any thoughts, now's the time to let me know.
What if he's already aware that that's not related?
If he was aware, wouldn't he have made a move by now?
No, he wouldn't. If he doesn't believe that it's a part of...
I'll move on the door.
They're aware that the door has moved. But from the last time that I heard Finn speaking, which was, a few months ago, it was in regards to the investigation that was taking place when Kay first showed interest. If he was led to believe that that was something that even Key didn't know, that it was what was missing from that pedestal that they could not get past because it was destroyed. It's walking a dangerous line, you are correct. But unless you have a better idea, I don't have one.
What if the students were to bring back an object? Any object. Claim that it has the capability and that's why we brought it back.
You mean a new artifact?
Yes, one that he would have no knowledge of.
Problem is, information like that would be campus-wide, would it not? I need to have staff asking questions before we can enact the plan. Unless it was meant to look secretive.
Potentially. If a small squad was to return with an unknown artifact, we're instructed to be secretive about it. But if Rise were to accidentally hear about it, and then bring that information to Finn, I believe he would act upon it rather rapidly, wouldn't you?
As her squad leader, if she finds out that we used her in any shape or form, if anyone forfeits that information, she will lose all trust in us, in everyone.
I don't see another way this information can be passed along and the source be considered reliable.
I'm not good with the ideas, but may I toss one? What if it was a letter from someone's home, officially writing? Say the headmistress or someone were to bring that student aside, saying that the letter said that they found something. Right in front of the professors, right in front of the headmistress. Someone's watching Professor Finn's language, so to speak.
The more people that know about it, the more we're playing it close to the chest. Not sure about that.
Well,
but I think we're on the
if
right track.
that were to happen, though, that means he'd be preparing himself a trip somewhere. If he led to believe that he did believe in it, of course. Sadly, I don't know what type of person he is.
If that was the case, that would prove it to us, yes. But we need evidence of him in the act. Such as breaking into the Academy Museum to take an artifact. We're on the right train of thinking. We just don't have a plan yet. Something to think about overnight. We're gonna burn ourselves out at this rate. Going to check on some of the other cadets, make sure nothing strange is happening while we're all tucked away.
Yes, sir.
If someone's going about and drawing guards away from their posts, we still don't know what it is that they did. Keep your ears to the ground. Perhaps you can find something out. Try to avoid going anywhere with Finn by yourself.
Before I go, Victor, have you seen these sculptures before? I tried
Weren't
to
you
draw
gonna
'em,
show me
but
drawings? Did you completely fucking forget that?
I also didn't do the charcoal, indentation in the paper. So yes, I did
Oh.
forget. Winged creatures, winged men, do they look familiar to you?
You're talking about what you just went to. Yes. I was there.
Have you seen that design before? Have you seen the design before?
both look for Albrecht.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He just left his
it's been a
office, sir.
long day.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Thank you, though.
Yeah. Do you have any idea which way he was going?
Not at the present moment. He simply said that he was going to go check on a few students and make certain that things were okay.
Alright.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Cadet Arbor. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Don't worry about it.
Have any of
Oh,
you
I drank
seen
it. Oh.
Professor Albrecht come through here?
If you want to.
I'm sorry, long trip. I don't remember seeing him. I don't remember. It's been a really
you're
long
all
day.
right.
I apologize.
No, I completely understand. It has been an obscenely long day, but thank you both.
Thank you.
It's juice.
Yeah, I know. I'm not used to juice. We don't have that
Oh,
shit
fair.
up
Okay.
north.
I mean, you
Very
didn't like
spicy.
have to like force yourself. But wait. it was
No,
spicy.
I'm willing to try things. I wasn't.
I mean,
I
if you
mean-
want something spicy, then.
Hold up.
Yes, sir? Did you need something?
I thought you wanted to talk to us, considering you literally just jumped over the edge, and I don't normally see people do that, so...
Most people don't normally see walking, talking rock women, so...
That's also fair.
No, I was just helping Professor Selene find Albrecht, and I assume that he would probably like to know what the hell went down. Though
Yes, he would.
I'm sure.
I informed him of what I could.
I was going to say, I figure by now someone probably already has. Though I will say, when I invited Professor Odysseus into that interrogation room, I was expecting him to also help me interrogate.
Did he just sit there, or did he do something else?
He put his... the son of a bitch put his feet up on the table and just let me go talk myself in circles, so I had to play the good and bad guy.
Do you know how to cast a
Though-
truth circle, sir?
I never really had to. I know of the process. Normally, I just turn on a little fire and people seem to talk.
Intimidation does work a bit.
Though, I'm also not generally a fan of, charming people, neither.
Most people aren't.
I've noticed a strange lack of burying as well.
Yeah, sometimes he just retires early, other times he's just somewhere.
I have no idea where he would have gone to. Albert, that is.
Well, though the man is invisible at most times, so not exactly an easy one to track.
No. Well, since we can't find him, let's talk.
Where would you like to talk? Oh, damn it, that damn portal. The cadet was coming or not? Okay, I figured as much. That's why I was waiting.
Guessing you're a prefect?
I am, yes.
I was gonna say, regardless, she generally has my permission. Did we even try his office? I know it was said he had just left.
I mean, we can try.
He's not there.
Okay, I didn't think he was.
Thank you.
Thank you, cadet. Alright, well, I suppose about as private as we can get is my office.
Yeah.
Pertaining to the serious talk we had, I want to say week 2 at this point ago.
Do you trust her?
Who, Cadet Arbor?
Yes.
You would prefer I stay outside.
Absolutely.
I can stay outside and let Professor Albrecht know if I spot him.
If you wish, you don't have to. You can stay in here if you'd like.
I'm interested to know why what happened today happened. If Professor Selene has any answers towards that.
So, before I do anything, you know what I'm talking about when I say the serious talk 2 weeks ago?
There were a lot of serious talks in the span of 2 weeks.
It was with Albrecht.
About a certain... How do I put this subtly? I know of the talks with Professor Albrecht, so I'm sure I do know.
You walked in while we were talking with him.
Yes, I know about that, yeah.
Okay. Now, do you trust her?
Cadet Arbor, yes, wholeheartedly.
Okay then.
Let me lean you right there.
Swear to God, if
That's
this
the
has...
whole thing with the guards. To answer your questions, I have absolutely no idea what was going on with that. I just know that they left and then was following them. I teamed out.
Go
on. I wasn't able to catch them. They shed their gear. Blazeheart and I are going to be going to Concordia and looking around if the near towns for them.
Yeah, they tracked him to the nearby town, and they're gonna go looking for him there. Gonna come first light.
As for what I really wanted to talk about,
I will
You
be
don't
leaving
have to
soon.
stand, Professor. You can sit down.
Okay then. I will be leaving soon. And I will, as you know by now, my attendance isn't the most regular here. So if I'm going to do anything, it needs to happen soon. Finn's wand.
I agree. Though, I would say that I'm not the one who can generally call that.
I mean, you're the only one that I can speak to right now, so.
I agree that it does need to happen soon. However, I believe we need to at least bring up this concern with Professor Albrecht.
That's what I've been trying to do all day, really.
Which means we probably need to find him tonight.
I'm not sure if you were there, but I might be one of, if not the most qualified person at this academy currently to look at that wand, to analyze it.
One that we could probably trust at the very least.
Yes.
Cadet Ida, do you have any idea where Professor Albrecht might be?
Gathering information in regards to what happened today.
Well, I'd be more than happy
can
to
talk to
share
him
with
about
him
that.
since, yeah, I was the one commanding the whole thing, more or less.
Will I go look for him?
Just walk through the door, it should alert him.
What was that?
We're just going to pull out a page from her journal and write on it. Cassidy's office. Need to give you more information. And right there. And if you can let him know.
Case forward to the ZF to justify your actions. Could you prove it? Because if you can't, at a minimum, your career is over. At worst, you'll be executed.
You'll be branded a traitor. Even though what we're trying to do is weed out the traitors.
Well, if we don't get caught, then that's a plus.
with everything you do, every step you take, you have to be prepared for everything. Every possible outcome.
That is fair.
Thank you, Lazy.
Did you walk out?
Yes, left a note by the door.
You may want to.
Told him to come here. He needs more information.
Good.
Like today, I was prepared to apply a little more pressure to that guard to find out what he knew. I already had that guard shaking in his boots by the time I placed my hand on that breastplate. You have to be prepared for the worst.
Welcome, Professor.
I received a note.
Hello, Professor.
Hello.
Greetings.
I believe we need to have a conversation.
Very well. Mind if I?
Take this as a conversation I should not be part of.
You can be a part of it as far as I know.
Now the question is, do we want to have the conversation here?
Yeah, I was going to ask. Would you rather have it in your office or in here?
If you feel it is clandestine, my
I
office
won't
would be
ram
best.
up the office anymore.
I
I'll be on
agree.
patrol.
I
Have a
will
good
meet
night,
you
all
all
of you.
there.
Understood, ma'am.
Okay.
Not sure what you all ran into while you were out there, if anything. How's your head?
It's fine. There was no fighting.
Glad to hear it.
Aware that there was a situation with some AWOL guards.
Yes, I've heard.
I was in the process of assisting Ardenvale with some drills they were wanting to run when I was approached by the lieutenant asking for help. That is when he informed me of 3 guards going AWOL. I then recruited Ardenvale and some of the other students that were here to aid in finding these AWOL guards. Our search led us to the top of the lighthouse where we found a note. A note claiming, I believe it was the name was Joshua? Or
Joshua Holt.
I honestly started with the J.
Actually, I believe it was James.
James, I think Joshua was the name of the other one.
Yes.
He claimed that they committed treason. That we would never, by the time we read the note, we would never see them again. They have no intention of giving up themselves, but they would lead us to one of their conspirators. Told us that we would find them in the Mana Cave. While Cadet Arbor and Cadet Hannah, along with the lieutenant and myself, and Selene, yes, we tracked the 2, I believe James and Joshua. We began tracking them high into the mountain.
evidence. We found where they started climbing. It looked like they used their weapons as improvised climbing. And then I asked Professor Selene to continue up the mountain to follow while the rest of us reconvened with the remaining students that were checking out the mana cave. That is when we found Officer Smith surrounded by the other cadets. We arrested him on suspicion of treason and we put him in the dungeon. I personally interrogated him. They knew absolutely nothing. I scared that officer so bad they nearly pissed in their armor.
I see.
However, seems like we managed to track the other two headed towards Concordia. Professor Blazeheart.
Whichever the nearest town is.
Professor
Heading
Blazeheart.
towards Concordia.
I believe that's the nearest town, isn't it?
The nearest town.
Yes.
Yes.
It is the nearest town and the nearest CAF presence. Continue.
Professor
So-
Blazeheart and Selene here, we're gonna go and look for them at first light. The lieutenant is going to give us a fully detailed description report on on what they look like, so we know who we're looking for.
Yes, so we'll head out, we'll ask around. Blazer will get some supplies. If we don't find anything,
Excuse me.
we'll look a little bit more around.
Bah.
This is very implicative. Carry on.
As far as we can tell,
It seems the two guards that got away were a little bit extra upset that the lieutenant was upset that they used a summoning ritual that was given to them by Professor Pryor.
they summoned a very large brew. They were reported by one of the guards who was involved in the summoning. They didn't take too kindly to that. They apparently declared their revenge.
Yes, the origin does seem to be basically Fey shenanigans that got taken a little too seriously.
Oh,
Hard to believe that would be the cause.
yeah. What gets me is they claim they committed treason. A summoning spell for a broom is far from treason.
Might be the fact that they left in the first place. Either way.
Well, abandoning their post would be treason, but still. It feels more like a distraction than anything else, or that we don't have the full story.
My thoughts exactly.
Well, like we said, Blazer and I will be looking tomorrow.
While I was away, Professor, somebody broke into my office, rifled through my desk. It is possible that while everyone was dealing with this guard incident, this took place at the same time. Whoever it was, they were looking for something in my possession. Not entirely sure who it was or why. This has never happened before once. Ever.
That's concerning.
Very much so. It makes me wonder where else they might have gone. What haven't we checked? I do not know.
Well, until there's much we can do about that. the last little bit we have for tonight.
Just something to be aware of going forward, I guess.
Yes. As for the topic I wish to speak with you today, Finn's wand. I'll be leaving soon. If you want me to look at it, I need to get it soon.
Separating him from his wand is the hard part. I don't believe he ever leaves it anywhere other than his person.
The only time I've ever seen him without it was when he was arrested.
So he would need to be arrested again. Even if he was released right away.
Protocol states that we have to remove all weapons from people under investigation and if they're being detained.
The problem is, what is that going to bring down on our head, especially being the second time? If the CAF was willing to send 2 mages to ensure that he was broken out of prison and put back on his duties and given his wand back, imagine being done a second time, even less reason for it to happen.
It would have to be small enough to justify detaining him, or big enough to justify detaining him, but small enough to not justify majors coming.
So something
at the very least.
Something that is only done because it is merely protocol, with no bigger implications, so as not to set off any alarms, so to speak. Perhaps have others arrested as well, so it does not seem like it's targeted. Another professor, perhaps. I'd be fine with it.
I was gonna say, I could be arrested too.
If, because of the relationship there, if both of you are arrested, that would be targeted, or so it would look.
Fair enough.
Well, I was going to see if I could get into his office. I wasn't expecting to find his wand, but
he
there might
keeps
have
it
been something
locked.
else.
I've broken
Didn't
into
want
it
to bother the
twice
guard
now.
that's totally there, right? Anyway.
There is nothing in there. Not a bloody
No,
thing.
I'm pretty sure he keeps that damn thing on him at all times.
Professor
Like I said, I
Allen,
wasn't expecting to.
Yes, what is it?
What if we use what happened today to your office as a justification to accuse him of breaking into your office, like he's done to you?
That's what I was thinking.
That
You
might work.
wouldn't technically know me very well. Have me arrested too. I'm a new professor.
I would demand investigation because of a series of break-ins have happened on the campus. I could go off on a tirade of why I believe it is Finn, and get the headmistress annoyed enough where she just agrees to temporarily do so. So a investigation can be made, and while he is in with me, more than likely, someone needs to get a look at that wand, and you'll have to be nearby to do it. It's a good idea, Cadet. Excellent. I'll need to make it a little bit more solid that I'm just mad at Finn, though.
If memory serves, when he was detained, he handed his wand off to Kay.
That could be a problem.
And Kay
Was
was
he
the one who
insistent?
returned it to him. I don't know if he was insistent. I think he just walked up to Kay and said, "Hold on to this for me." And then when they put him under house or office arrest, Kay just gave it back to him. Which, in and of that itself, I found that curious.
That's the biggest flaw in all of this.
Have to get a point where Kay is out. Then.
Make sure he's preoccupied so somebody else has to take it off of him.
Yes. Neither of them certainly seem to be around as much.
What about something
For
more
one reason or
simple?
another.
I know for a fact that there are times where Professor Finn likes to go back to his ship, drink tea. I could easily slip something into his tea that would cause him to pass out. He would drink it when he's in his office. He would pass out at his desk, no reason to think he was drugged. Or if he did, doesn't fucking matter. We get that wand in your hands, you look it over, and find out what you can.
I could probably figure out a way to get it, have an in, tell him I want to discuss some training exercises with his expertise.
Depends how much you trust me, Professor. It could be while you both have tea, and you would be drugged as well.
Well, I believe if I didn't trust you already, I wouldn't be sitting in this room.
Probably. But I state it nonetheless. It would be a good way to cover yourself.
I'll be perfectly fine. Besides, I've drank worse things. I could probably do for a good nap.
No one can be able to spot you anywhere near there. I can stay near you and keep you invisible. We can follow them into the office, and when the time is right, yes. You'll have to stay near me, though. Get too far, it won't cover your footsteps. Get farther, invisibility will start to flicker. We don't want that. We stay close together, we go in the office at the same time as them. We have to drug the tea before he makes it to his office. So it has to be in transit, or while he's making it. I think that can be handled if I'm careful enough. However, once they're there, we have to wait till they both drink the tea, and then work fast. Someone could interrupt us, someone could come in, or perhaps it's botched and he didn't drink bloody enough and he wakes up. Whatever it is, it's got to be fast.
I have a couple spells at my disposal, but if we could get some scrolls for extra investigation, that would also help.
I can see what I can do, but I'm not sure what kind of spells you're looking for.
Generally, divination, identification spells would be the simplest to say at the very least. Simplest example.
I'll tell you now that magics to detect good and evil and things like that have shown up negative on Finn. It's given us nothing.
Well, at the very least, I do have my expertise at creating focuses in general.
Well, then that's what I'll rely on. We'll see if we can execute this the day after tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be pressed for time. I don't think we'll get a second chance at this.
Sounds good to me.
Or, if I can arrive late tomorrow, perhaps.
I might be able to get back without much
You let me
problem,
know.
maybe.
We'll make it work. Either way, definitely the day after tomorrow.
Yes.
He usually makes the tea over at the Crystal Thorn Cafe. While he's putting it together, I can go ahead and drug it. And you guys walk back there. We have to also replace the tea. Because I'm not stupid, I know he'll get it checked to see if anything was in it. If we stonewall him, then he's going to be at a loss. I guarantee you the first finger's going to point in my direction, so I have to be as clean as possible.
We've got to figure out a way for him to agree to sitting down and having tea. As much as I don't want to, I may have to use Rize as an excuse.
At this point, we don't have many options.
That we don't. I believe he'd be more willing to sit down and have a conversation over specialized training with Rize than anything else.
But we'll formulate what exactly to do between then and now. But we have a general idea. This is one chance. We'll take it. Agreed?
Yes. Agreed.
Very well. Then that's that. Hopefully we'll get something to work with. Something that can prove our concerns. Or perhaps justify there weren't any to begin with.
Now, would you prefer I break it if we find it to be not dangerous, but still a problem? Then, or just leave it?
I think something like that is so enveloped. I believe truly that it is not just a focus, it is an artifact. We don't know what will happen if we try to break it. We don't know what's contained in it either.
I just had a thought. The divination relic. What do you know about that?
Well, I know that it is able to block divination within a certain area, and the cooldown is about 24 hours or so.
That makes a lot of sense. I was using detect magic on the stuff in the museum earlier, and it was weird around it.
Huh. Well, that's why.
Yeah,
But outside of that, I don't know. I'd say probably don't try to break it. If it is involved with our enemy, you don't want to do that.
Also, if it is involved with the enemy, I might need some shielding just in case.
I will be at your side.
If it is the enemy,